the media capital of the world.
During the current state of emergency due to COVID-19, council members will be participating online, and the public will not be able to physically attend today's meeting. To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes depending upon the number of speakers.
Good evening and welcome to a regular meeting of the Burbank City Council, Tuesday, February 8th, 2022. Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I'd like to ask our Assistant City Manager, Judy Wilkie, to lead us in the pledge. Ms. Wilkie?
Good evening. If everyone could please place your hand over your heart and follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Assistant City Clerk, please conduct the roll. It's nice to see you.
Good evening, Mayor. Councilmember Schultz,
Present.
Vice Mayor Anthony,
Present.
Mayor Talamontes.
Present.
Thank you. Noting the absence of Councilmember Frutos this evening and temporarily Councilmember Springer, who will be joining us momentarily.
Thank you. There will be one period of general public comment tonight. If you would like to participate, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until we begin public comment. One more time, that phone number is 818-238-3335.
Mr. Mayor, real quick, before we go any further, can the city attorney explain to the people at home what quorum is and why we can move forward without two people? Would that be all right?
Go ahead. Yes.
In order for this meeting to actually be a meeting, a quorum must be present, which is a simple majority. So majority of the 5 is 3. We have that majority or a quorum, so the meeting can proceed.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
We have two announcements this evening.
The following are announcements for February 8th, 2022. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for one vacancy on the Burbank-Glendale-Pasadena Airport Authority for an unexpired term ending May 31st, 2023. The deadline to submit an application is Monday, February 28th, 2022 at 5 p.m. If interested, apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. Vaccination proof or medical religious exemption will be required for all applicants. For more information, please contact the City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. In support of the Los Angeles Rams playing against the Cincinnati Bengals in this weekend's Super Bowl game, the lights in front of City Hall will be lit in blue and yellow from Saturday, February 12th through Sunday, February 13th. City Council asks everyone to please celebrate safely. Go Rams! This concludes the announcements for this evening.
Yes, indeed. Go Rams. As a reminder, if you would like to participate in general public comment, please call now at 818-238-3335. We have 3 presentations on the agenda this evening. For our first presentation this evening, it is the council's pleasure to recognize the efforts of the Burbank Police Department in recently receiving the 3rd accreditation award through the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement, or for short is CALIA. Joining us today to say a few words about the program is Chief of Police Michael Albanese. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Vice Mayor Anthony, Councilmember Schultz, and Springer when she arrives. So this is a big deal for law enforcement as far as the accreditation. And so there's a lot of heavy lifting because you have a panel of professionals that do a critical examination of all our practices and policies. So they review 450 standards, which is significant. In addition to that, they also interview neighboring chiefs, they interview the city manager, they interview staff, they interview members of the community. There was 2 panels. The panel is almost like being cross-examined as far as our standards and authenticating those standards. So it's a big deal for the organization. So high marks to the Burbank Police Department. I want to give a special acknowledgement to our police administrator, Courtney Paget, who did that behind-the-scenes heavy lifting. So for the most part, it was seamless, and I will share with you the last panel that I sat on. When they interviewed us, they just gave us really high marks for our MET team, for our use of force policy, our pursuit policies, and it was very rewarding. So again, to the community, to all those that participated, especially the men and women of the Burbank Police Department, this is a big deal, so I want to thank them.
Thank you, Chief. And on behalf of the council, please take back to the men and women of the department our congratulations and how proud we are of them. I know the community is going to be very proud on your 3rd attempt, and you succeeded. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will share that.
Will
Thank
do.
you, folks. I'll see you later tonight.
The second presentation is a proclamation declaring February 2022 as Black History Month in the city of Burbank. Whereas in 1915, distinguished Black historian and author Carter G. Woodson founded the Association for the Study of African American Life and History to research and promote achievements by Black Americans. And whereas President Gerald Ford officially recognized Black History Month in 1976, and whereas during Black History Month, the city of Burbank celebrates the many achievements and contributions made by Black Americans to our economic, cultural, social, and political development. And whereas the observance of Black History Month also calls our attention to the continued need to champion democratic ideals and work to progress as an equity and justice-oriented organization, actively and authentically engaging on issues of racism and prejudice. And whereas in December of 2020, the Burbank City Council unanimously passed a resolution acknowledging the prevalence of sundown practices in Burbank's past and advancing the city's commitment to racial equity, which is now signed and proudly displayed in our City Hall. And whereas the city of Burbank proudly honors and is grateful for the contributions of Black Americans to our community and recognizes their hard-won progress in the history of our nation. And now, therefore, I, Jesse Talamontes, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim February 2022 as Black History Month in the City of Burbank. I encourage all citizens to celebrate our diverse heritage and culture and continue our efforts to create a community that's more just, peaceful, and prosperous for all. Joining us this evening to accept our proclamation is Burbank Human Relations Council Correspondence Secretary Suzanne Wirtz and Membership Chair Tim Murphy. Welcome.
Hello, Mayor Talamontes and council members. I am honored to accept the Black History Month proclamation on behalf of the Burbank Human Relations Council. The fact that I, a Caucasian woman, am accepting this proclamation does not escape me, but I am doing so with the acknowledgement that Black history should not be something that we learn about only in February. The stories of the accomplishments of Black people throughout our nation's history should be woven through the history that we and our children learn every month of the year. Many Burbank citizens still do not know the full picture of our city's history, which, like the history of America, is full of contradictions. We've witnessed painful injustices as well as inspiring compassion in the Burbank community. Most importantly, ours is a story of change and people pushing to close the gap between promise and reality. Our city has taken a significant step towards bridging that gap by becoming the fourth city in the United States to adopt a Sundown Town resolution. And BHRC applauds our city council and city manager for this important action. By recognizing that as recently as the 1960s, Black people had to be out of Burbank by sundown, we are taking ownership of our past so that we may move toward a more inclusive future. By recognizing that Burbank neighborhoods built in the 1930s and 40s promoted that no portion of this tract shall ever at any time be used or occupied by any but the white or Caucasian race, we are owning our history. By recognizing that when baseball legend Satchel Paige and the St. Louis Browns came to Burbank to play at the old Olive Memorial Stadium in 1948, he wasn't allowed to stay in Burbank. We are owning our history. By recognizing that in 1958, 3 car wash establishments in Burbank were threatened with bombings if they did not fire their Negro employees. We are owning our history. Also in 1958, Vernon Michelle, a Black man who would go on to be the president of BHRC, and his family were targets of a petition to get them to move out of our city. By recognizing that that happened, we are owning our history. And while owning up to our past is crucial, we also need to remember that good people have been working toward a positive and inclusive future for our city for decades. Back in 1963, BHRC sent 2 members, including President Vernon Michelle, to Alabama for the Civil Rights March from Selma to Montgomery. BHRC has been seeking to eliminate barriers that separate people from each other, building bridges of understanding, and promoting equality through education and action since our founding in 1958. On behalf of BHRC, I am grateful to our City Council for adopting the Sundown Town Resolution and posting it in City Hall for all to see. More than 100 Burbankians from across our community have added their names to this document, from clergy to civic leaders, elected officials, and members of the Chamber of Commerce, reflecting the diversity of our city as we acknowledge our history and move forward to make the history of Black people in Burbank part of the full and inclusive story of our city's past and a vibrant part of its future. It isn't too late to add your name, and I will now turn to Tim Murphy, who will tell you how you can do that and join BHRC in our efforts.
Thanks, Suzanne. It's an honor to be here in one of the greatest cities around. I just wanted to say that the Burbank Human Relations Council, if you have any interest in working on really difficult problems for no pay, but great reward, we're always looking for members. It's a simple due of $20, and you can participate and do great things. We're fighting hate every day. This Thursday night, we have a virtual race relay. It's been a popular new program that lets people have a full and frank discussion about race and how they feel. Some people have found it incredibly stimulating. No one has told me it wasn't at least incredibly interesting. So thanks for having us. Thanks for the proclamation. We all need to do more. Any hands make the burdens light. Join us. Let's move forward. Thank you very much.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for being here tonight. And very true, Councilmember Murphy. We all need to do more. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, our final presentation this evening is a proclamation declaring February 2022 as National Children's Dental Health Month in the city of Burbank. Whereas in 1949, the American Dental Association proclaimed February 8th as National Children's Dental Health Day, which was extended to a month-long recognition in 1981. And whereas the Kids Community Dental Clinic of Burbank evolved out of a need to fill a crucial gap in oral health care services for children of low-income families. And whereas their mission is to provide affordable, quality dental care and preventive education for children of the working poor in an environment conducive to promoting good health. And whereas chronic dental problems can lead to difficulty in eating, speaking, and concentrating, and serious tooth decay is an infectious disease for which there is no immunization. And now, therefore, I, Jesse Talamantes, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim February 2022 as National Children's Dental Health Month and encourage the citizens of Burbank to brush and floss daily, eat healthy foods, and take their children to the dentist on a regular basis to prevent dental disease. And I thank the dedicated volunteers who serve the public at the Kids Community Dental Clinic in Burbank. Joining us this evening to accept their proclamation is Dale Gorman, Nancy Guillen, and Guadalupe Alcantar from Kids Community Dental Clinic. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and Burbank residents. Thank you for recognizing this month to bring attention to our children's oral health, but this also serves as a reminder for all of us to take care of our own personal oral health through constant hygiene practices and preventive care visits to the dentist regularly every year. The Kids Community Dental Clinic is right here, located in Burbank, and it was designed to help families who are not sure how to make regular dental visits a priority. We can provide education, link children to services, and provide services here in the clinic. During the pandemic, we are seeing more cavities than ever. There is overall less brushing, more consumption of junky foods with lots of sugar, less regular visits to the dentist, causing more problems for our teeth. This year, as in the last 2 years, it's more important than ever to keep up our regular practices that lead to good health. Important habits to continue are brushing, flossing, eating healthy foods, drinking lots of water, and visiting the dentist at least twice a year. You may find that a skipped visit results in serious consequences impacting our teeth and high cost also. During the children's spring break, we invite the residents of Burbank and beyond to call us to make an appointment for a free cleaning, sealant check, and a free treatment selected by one of our dentists. As you might know, we are primarily staffed by volunteer dentists, dental students, dental hygienists, and dental hygiene students. Lastly, we appreciate the mayor taking time to highlight the fact that our good oral health is critical to our overall health. We all need our teeth, and thank you for your support. Remember to visit your dentist, and if you have children, we can help you with finding the right place to serve your dental needs. Happy February, everyone, and keep brushing and flossing. Now I have some other folks that want to say a couple of quick words. Nancy?
Good evening, Mayor Talamantes and Council. Thank you for hosting us and having us. I am the current chair of the Kids Community Dental Clinic. I'm honored to be the president at the moment. Our program is geared to help low and financially challenged families to have their children get good dental care. What we do by doing this is we prevent the children having poor oral health care, which leads to a majority of the children having missing school, having challenges with speaking, learning, playing, and eating. 1 out of 5 children, which is about 20% between the ages of 5 to 11, have at least one untreated tooth decay. And unfortunately, poor dental care can lead to long-term detrimental effects on the children, consisting but not limited to Alzheimer's and heart disease. We appreciate any volunteers, any dentists who would like to be part of our organization. It is primarily volunteer-based, and all the services are provided to the children at no cost or minimal cost in the local and surrounding communities. Thank you for your time. We look forward to partnering up with people in town.
Lupe?
Hi, my name is Guadalupe Alcantar, and I graduated last year from John Burroughs High School. I was the first high school summer intern for the clinic in 2020 and was hired, and I now work front desk as well as back office a few days out of the week while pursuing my college courses for a career in dentistry. A day in the Kids Community Dental Clinic truly humbles an individual. I felt humbled each and every day I go to work, and that feeling never seems to get old. The clinic is a rewarding place that offers a second home to our patients and staff. I call the clinic my second home because I love our volunteers, our volunteer doctors, the staff, and our patients. This opportunity that I received as a high school intern changed the course of my life and helped me determine my future goals and aspirations. I am thankful that my high school had a program that encouraged businesses to hire students, and this internship turned into a career path for me. I appreciate living in the city of Burbank, and now that they support the nonprofits, and knowing that they support the nonprofits like this clinic, and what we do to help children receive treatments and stay cavity free. And with that being said, let's take care of our teeth.
Great. Thank you very much for those comments, and keep doing the good work. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Let's recognize that Councilmember Springer has joined our meeting. Welcome, Councilmember Springer. Let's see, the next item. Before we continue to the next item, I want to recognize our City Manager, Justin Hess, for being named the 2022 City Manager of the Year by the California City Management Foundation. This award highlights city managers who have gone beyond the call of duty to lead and serve their community. Mr. Hess has shown immense resilience throughout the pandemic and exemplary leadership despite the challenges we have all faced. Burbank continues to be a great place to live, work, and play. Running a city as big as Burbank is not an easy task by any means, and Mr. Hess has a big responsibility to the community and his team. So on behalf of the Burbank City Council, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Hess, for your hard work, leadership, and guidance, and congratulations on this well-earned recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. I want to thank the council for their support and their leadership in helping me achieve this quite the honor. And I want to give a big shout out and credit to our executive team as well as city staff for just continuing to provide exceptional city services to this amazing city. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and congratulations again. So moving on to the agenda, City Manager Hess, do you have anything to report?
Mr. Mayor, I do not have anything for this meeting. Thank you.
Okay, before we go on to public comment, I want to mention the fact that agenda item number 11 will be moved to next week. Due in the interest that we're missing one of our council members. So I'd like to have all 5 council members go through that discussion. So item number 11 will be moved to next week. Thank you. Now is the time. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, would you be okay reading what that exactly is for
Sure.
the members of the public?
And that is review of board, commission, and committee member COVID-19 employee vaccination policy compliance. Was that sufficient? Okay. Also, now is the time for general public comment. Members of the public may address the council for up to 3 minutes on any matter concerning city business. Remember to lower the volume on your TV or computer and take your phone off speaker when you deliver public comment. To participate, please call 818-238-3335. Once again, 818-238-3335. Madam Assistant City Clerk, do we have any callers on the line?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We have several callers on the line, and the first will be transferred to you now.
Great, thank you.
Our first caller is Laura Tenenbaum.
Hi, everybody. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. It's Laura Tenenbaum. I'm the current chair of the Sustainable Burbank Commission. And the reason that I called tonight is to support establishing the Sustainability Officer in Burbank. I want to remind you that our commission has been advocating for a Sustainability Officer for a really long time. We all signed a letter and sent it to the council members about 3 years ago, advocating for a sustainability officer. And then a year ago, last April, on Earth Day, I actually came to City Council and spoke about that same issue. So super glad that finally, at last, the Sustainability Commission is going to be able to work together with this project manager and implement all kinds of sustainability projects, including the greenhouse gas reduction plan. So thank you very much, and I appreciate it. Again, it's Laura Tenenbaum, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
It's coming through in a moment. Thank you.
Our next caller is Carmenita Heligar.
Hello?
Welcome. Welcome.
Hi, Mayor Talamontes and esteemed council members. My name is Carmenita Heliger. I've been a Burbank resident for 18 years. I sit on the library board of trustees for the city of Burbank. And I'm calling tonight about branding and the branding and what Burbank stands for. When I was younger, my grandmother would send me to the store and ask me to get Reynolds wrap. And she would, when I was in school, my teachers would send me to get a Xerox copy because that was the brand that everyone knew and what it stood for aluminum foil and for a copy. If you come down the street from my house, in between Griffith Park and Shelton Street on Magnolia, we have multiple gun shops. Right now, there's a beautiful dance studio, and I have had to witness cute little girls in their tutus with glitter on their face, a line of them going into their dance studio, and across the street from them, there's a line of people a half a block long collecting their guns. There's a new studio opening for newborn photography, and right next to them is a gun shop. So what does Burbank stand for? Our children should not have to witness gun shops of people purchasing. It should not be in their face, and it should not have to be near residential areas. When you look at the B on the hillside, what does that stand for to you? Does it stand for Burbank, or does it stand for bullets? Enjoy your evening.
Thank you.
Mayor, it seems as if the callers that we had on the line have selected to call back during the public hearing item. So as of now, we're just going to hang on the line to see if we have any more callers.
Our next caller is Jay Geisenheimer.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Jay Geisenheimer. This is Jay Geisenheimer, Vice Chair of the Legislative Committee of the Burbank. Vice Chair of the Legislative Committee of the Burbank Association of Realtors. I want to thank Patrick Prescott, Fred Ramirez, Scott Slambell, and the whole planning department for working so fervently and diligently to accomplish the streamlining of the permit process for single-family homes. The code was changed 5 years ago and made it very subjective. What makes no sense is that you can tear down a house. What makes no sense is that you can tear down a house and build a new one at .35 FAR.
Can I suggest something right now before we go any further?
And there is no design review compatibility.
Jay?
But if you add 600 square feet onto a 900 square foot house, 1,500 square feet, or .22 FAR, you are stuck with design review compatibility and 20 months before you get a permit. The process has completely bogged down the planning department. What is being proposed is no design review, keeping the development standards to control bulk and size, and moving the FAR to .40, which is 2,700 square feet, which is not a mansion. Please consider how important this is to Burbank homeowners and keep Burbank a wonderful place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to remind all the callers to please turn off your televisions or any other devices when you're speaking because we're getting a feedback. We're getting just an echo. So if you could do that while you're speaking, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
The next caller is Heather Flores.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and I want to thank you guys for holding this council meeting. I'm a local resident. I have a business here and a home off of Sunset Canyon in Orange Grove, and a commercial building. I'm a little concerned with the I think we've all witnessed a lot of traffic issues with kids, car racing. I am concerned, and I did email Mr. Frutos, because here on Sunset Canyon in Orange Grove, which we're one block north of Olive, we have the church, we have the park, but it's a pretty widespread open area. We get kids up here doing donuts regularly with their vehicles. We've already witnessed a couple of small, little accidents where they ended up, against the wall or on the park side. My concern is we have a lot of walkers, and we obviously have homes here in the corner, and I have a little kid, and the other neighbor has a child. So whether it's a pedestrian, a jogger, a child, a family member, doesn't matter. We're growing concerned with the amount of kids that are coming here regularly. I don't know if the city's considered maybe cameras in certain areas where you're getting these high traffic calls where kids are doing these types of, donuts or speed racing. But I'm nervous that someone's going to lose control and come hit our home or, God forbid, kill someone that's just innocently walking by. So I hope that the city of Burbank is seriously concerned and looking into this. I will send some pictures, and I'm trying to capture videos so you can see and how often they happen. It's no longer just once a month, it's weekly, and it is a growing concern. Second, I do have a concern with Airbnbs and the stance that Burbank may or may not have on them, but I can tell you recently I had a group of people walk into my home thinking I was an Airbnb house, and they're just lucky that we didn't it didn't go bad. It was nerve-wracking for both them and for us. I don't know. I missed the meeting for Airbnb rentals, but what you guys are thinking. But this is a family community. I have an 8-year-old in the house, and I think there's a place for Airbnb and short-term rentals, but not in family neighborhoods. And I hope that you guys are considering maintaining Burbank as a family neighborhood where we can see our children grow generation after generation and not convert it into, complete short-term rental type of neighborhood, because it will change and move many of us out of the neighborhood. And lastly, to maintain security at policing.
Thank you very much for calling.
Thanks.
Our next caller is Vicky Kirschenbaum.
Hi, I'm Vicki Kirschenbaum. I am a member of the Sustainable Burbank Commission. The Commission strongly supports hiring a sustainability officer, something we have advocated for a very long time. The climate is changing in fast and furious ways, and it's imperative that all cities reduce greenhouse gas emissions, conserve energy, increase renewables and storage, and we need somebody tasked with finding innovative ways to do that and more, especially finding funding sources. The job description you've shared is terrific. I especially like this line: pilots multiple brand new, never before tried initiatives in pursuit of department sustainability goals. That's exactly what we need. New initiatives, new ideas, and this terrific new position of sustainability officer. Thanks.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Albert Hernandez.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and council members and city leaders. This is Albert Hernandez, the CEO of Family Promise, and I'm reaching out tonight to give you a quick update on the work that's being done at Family Promise. And I felt that was important today to share because we have reached our the halfway point of the year, and primarily because you have been a wonderful partner in us and provided funding to us so that we can continue doing our great work. And our 2021 numbers have been finalized, and I'm proud to say that with your support and the support of our community, we were able to support 604 households. Some households were provided financial assistance to help them get caught up on rent, while some of those households were homeless households that we were able to support in securing housing. When you look at the households that we served throughout 2021, over 60% of those families came from Burbank. And it's because of the support that we received and the support that we provided those families through the CARES Act programs, through our community development block grant programs, and so much more. We look forward to continuing working with the city of Burbank for many, many years. But above all, I want to say how thankful I am to be a partner of yours. The city employees, specifically in community development and the Housing Authority, have been great advocates and thought partners. As you know, several of you know that over the last 7 months, we've been operating Burbank's only rapid rehousing program. We were able to identify right now in month 7 of 12, over 44 households in Burbank who are on the verge of homelessness, and we provided them with counseling, educational workshops, and funding so that they can remain housed during this pandemic. Just want to, again, thank you so much for your partnership, and I look forward to continuing this collaboration throughout 2022. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Have a great evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Alexander Stein.
Hello. Can I speak?
Yes, go
ahead.
ahead.
Okay, looks like I'm on. All right, guys, thank you so much. My name is Alexander Stein, guys, and I just want to say, Burbank is one of the most special places on earth. I came to Los Angeles with no job, basically homeless, and I went to Central Casting, and I got, luckily I'm a pretty attractive, young-looking person. I got casted on a lot of shows because I was 18 to look younger. My name's Alex Stein, Primetime Stein on Instagram. If you don't believe me that I look young and good-looking, you can check it out. But this is my story. What I'm saying is, the Central Casting is located in Burbank. A lot of people don't know that. People think, Hollywood. but you look at the city of Burbank, that's the most special city. That's why when you watch the movie The Truman Show, they even said The Truman Show was built in Burbank, because that's kind of like the cultural consciousness of the world, because, all the content and media that we watch, a lot of it is created in Burbank. So I want to say my experience with Burbank has been terrific. I love it. It's an incredible city. It's a city I didn't know about when you moved to LA. That's, I guess, why I'm trying to give this whole diatribe about Burbank. But I actually had a recently bad experience. I was casted on a performance art piece at Milk Studios. I ended up finding out this was for I do where they will paint you. Sometimes I will do nude modeling, and I was hired to do a nude modeling job at Milk Studios, and this is in West Hollywood. But I was casted through Central Casting, and it was supposedly for some sort of prank TV show. Well, come to find out, it was actually at Hunter Biden's art show in West Hollywood. And the reason why I want to file a complaint is because at the art show, they were not checking vaccine IDs. And there was tons of children there unmasked. I mean, an alarming amount of children at Hunter Biden's art show, especially when you look at his connections with Ghislaine Maxwell and Prince Andrew. But we don't even need to get in that. But the weird vibes at the art show, these kids, they weren't checking the vaccine passports. I ended up getting COVID. I'm triple vaccinated. I had a short stay in the hospital. I tried to go back to Central Casting. They said that I don't have any legal recourse and that they can't prove that I got COVID from Hunter Biden's art show. So the reason, I guess, why I'm sitting here is it's very difficult because everybody has that, Hollywood, cliche where they spit you up and chew you up and spit you out type mentality. And that is what it feels like that I'm currently going through. And so I guess what I'm asking the council's help for is maybe we can contact Central Casting on my honor, Alexander Stein, and we can open some sort of line of communication so this doesn't happen to other people, because that's the problem with Hollywood. There's a lot of influential people that prey on vulnerable people like myself. And that night, Hunter Biden preyed on me. I ended up trying crack for the first time. I ended up doing stuff that I really regret, doing stuff on videotape that I regret, that really is unbecoming of a gentleman. But luckily for me, it was a learning experience, and that's why I'm able to, be
Thank you very much for calling.
Today.
Your time is up. Thank you.
All right, Mayor, that has concluded our queue for the evening.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So there being no further public comment, I now declare the public comment period closed. Now is the time for a brief response from City Council, City Manager, and/or the City Attorney. I'd like to start off by thanking everybody that called in. Thank you for engaging with your city leaders and bringing us some, obviously, some concerns that you have for our food for thought. So, colleagues, any comments? Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So yes, thank you to everyone who called. For those of you who called about a specific agenda item, I'll try to address your comment when we get to it. But with regards to Ms. Flores, who called about two related issues, I just wanted to clarify that the current position of the city of Burbank is that Airbnbs are not allowed. Those are not something that's permitted, but there is a bit more of a history there. And I'm hoping that staff could reach out to her to talk about that, as well as the issues she raised with regards to traffic at Sunset and Orange Grove. Sorry, Sunset Canyon and Orange Grove.
Anyone else? Vice Mayor Anthony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess, a lot of the folks are going to call in later for the public hearing, so that's good. But I'm excited for the sustainability coordinator. That's going to be on consent, so it'll be pretty quick. If anyone's watching, we won't really discuss it. It'll just move through. And to anybody out there, as a former central casting worker, I will tell you, your casting director and casting agent, they are not responsible for anything that happens on set. So anyone out there who's been grievanced by a production, the production is responsible. Find a lawyer, find a labor rights lawyer, talk to your union. If you have a problem, that's who you go after. And I'll tell you, trying to go after your casting director will get you nothing.
Thank you. Anyone? Councilmember Springer. It shows like you're muted still. There you go. No, we still can't hear. We can't hear you. There, okay. No. No, again. Yeah, that's good. While we're waiting for Councilmember Springer, let me weigh in. Like I said, thank you for calling. Some of these items will be discussed later in the agenda. Mr. Hernandez, thank you very much. You had a successful 2021. Congratulations. Looking forward to doing more partnerships down the road, coming years. Yes, and the sustainability, that will be discussed. It's on consent, but it's long overdue, that position. So I want to congratulate the commission for pushing so hard. Councilmember Springer, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to all the callers. I really appreciate that. And thank you, Ms. Tenenbaum and Ms. Kirschenbaum. And it is very exciting about the sustainability officer. And also, thank you, Ms. Flores, for calling in. We're neighbors, and I agree with you, there are some traffic issues on Sunset Canyon, and we're working on them. But thank you very much for speaking up. Thank you, Mayor Talamantes.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Flores, I just want to share with you that when my kids were playing, my daughter and my two boys were playing softball and baseball, we would go up to the field up there and use that field. And back then, 35 years, there was still speeding because of the curves up there near the church, Mormon church up there. That's a great place for young kids to speed, unfortunately. So, yeah, police department is making every effort, not only up there, but throughout the city, to try and clamp down on these speeders. So we're trying everything we can. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us. Okay, so city manager and or city attorney, any comments? No? Seeing none? Okay, we move on to the consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Madam Assistant City Clerk, please read the consent calendar.
Item number 1, adoption of an ordinance to manage parking at off-street city lots and structures in preparation for implementing a Metrolink station parking management plan. Item number 2, approval of the City Council meeting minutes of the regular meeting of January 25th, 2022, the goal-setting special meeting of January 31st, 2022, and the dark meeting of February 1st, 2022. Item number 3, adoption of a resolution approving contract documents and related striping plan and awarding a construction contract for the resurfacing of local/residential streets in the Magnolia Park and adjacent neighborhoods to All American Asphalt. Item number 4, adoption of a resolution approving the establishment of the title, specification, salary, and conflict of interest code designation for the classification of sustainability officer and adoption of a resolution approving a citywide salary schedule. Item number 5, adoption of findings to continue virtual meetings for city council and all other city boards, commissions, and committees during the pandemic. And our final item, item number 6, approval of the City of Burbank 2022 legislative platform.
Thank you very much. I'd like to have a motion and a second for the consent, please. Councilmember Schultz?
Yes, I'll move.
And second by Vice Mayor Anthony. Thank you.
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony,
Yes.
Councilmember Springer.
Yes, but Mayor Talamantes, I just have a couple comments on the legislative platform.
Yes, go
Quick.
ahead.
On page 13, under housing, if we could add under the first bullet point, Burbank will avoid segregation and concentration of our low-income population. And then on item 8, responsible development, support responsible development and zoning regulations to help ensure the building and protection of neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So yes.
So does the mover and the second
Agree with that?
agree with that?
The motion?
Yes, I'll agree to that amendment.
And the second
Sorry,
as well?
can you do that real quick, just one more time?
Sure. So on page 13, under housing, item 1, add Burbank will avoid segregation and concentration of our low-income population. And then on item 8, just add ensure the building and protection of neighborhoods.
So the maker of the motion, do you agree with the new changes, additions?
As the maker, I'm comfortable with the amendment.
How about the second?
And I'll second, yeah,
All right,
that's fine.
excellent. Thank you very much, Councilmember Springer, for that. Go ahead.
Mayor Talamantes. We just needed a yes or a no from you.
Oh, yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, now, this is the time and place for the hearing for project number 21-0004984 concerning introduction of an ordinance amending Title 10, Chapter 1 of Burbank Municipal Code to update standards and definitions pertaining to single-family residential zones and continuation of non-conforming structures. Colleagues, I'd like to propose to my colleagues that since we don't have Councilmember Frutos here, and I want to listen to his deliberations, that we hear the report, take public comment, but move the deliberations to next week. That way, Councilmember Frutos can join us in discussing the deliberations, so we can have a full council. Is there any objections to that? Okay, hearing none, we move forward like that. All right, thank you. Any disclosures? Yes, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I heard you say the next meeting, so that would be February 15th.
Correct, next week.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just to clarify, since we're moving from the report, taking a break of a week, and then going to deliberation, my understanding is there would not be another time for public comment on this agenda item. Is that correct?
Mr. City Attorney?
So if you can take the testimony, and if the hearing's closed, then you would not take testimony at the next meeting. The requirement to continue without further notice is just that it be continued to a date certain. And so the hearing record would simply move from tonight to deliberations next week, and Councilmember Frutos would need to familiarize himself, and then he could participate along with the rest of the council members.
And the only problem I would see is people trying to call in during the general public comment period next week. So if we could explain to folks and tell them, I guess, when they call in.
Yes, that wouldn't be unlike any matter that gets continued. Of course, people could make comments during the general public comment period, but the hearing record would be closed if the item is continued after the hearing this evening.
Okay, I just don't want to give the impression that we're opening back up.
No, we're not. No, but they're able to voice any concerns they might have during public comment.
Okay.
Okay? All right, so we move forward with that? Having no objection to that? Okay. Madam Assistant City Clerk, have the notices as required by law been given?
Yes, they have.
Do we have the complete file of exhibits, correspondence, emails, and other documents?
Yes, you do.
Has the city received any written communications on this matter, and have they been provided to all city council members?
Yes, there have been correspondences received, and they have been circulated.
Thank you. Will the representative for the Community Development Department please introduce yourself and summarize the matter for us?
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. Before I hand you off to Shipra, I just wanted to say a few words about the zone text amendment that's being presented to you tonight. This proposed zone text amendment will amend the single-family development standards to facilitate better design and enable a streamlined review time for single-family homes. This does not eliminate single-family standards. In fact, it applies these standards to more single-family homes than the current code requires. We believe that we can achieve control of mass and bulk and neighborhood compatibility without a 12 to 16 month cumbersome review process. And that is why we're proposing tonight to eliminate that review, that single family special development permit process, but retain objective design standards. I'm going to hand you off now to Shipra Rajesh, Associate Planner, to make the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to share my screen now. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Talamantes, Vice Mayor Anthony, and members of the council. My name is Shipra Rajesh, project planner for the proposed project. Tonight, the City Council is being requested to consider a zone text amendment to update development standards for single-family R1 and R1H zones. The city updated its regulations on single-family residential development standards in 2017 to address concerns with the mass and bulk of new single-family dwellings, additions, and remodel of existing single-family dwellings. The 2017 Zone Text Amendment updated a number of regulations pertaining to single-family residential zones, including floor area ratio, height standards, fence standards, and created a discretionary approval process known as the Single Family Special Development Permit to implement design standards for new dwellings exceeding a certain size and large-scale additions and remodels. After its adoption in February 2017, the staff was directed by the City Council to provide an update on the effectiveness of the regulations. The 2017 regulations have been in effect for past 5 years now. While most of these regulations meet the intent of reducing the overall mass and bulk of single-family dwellings, revisions to certain sections of the code are needed to address several complaints and concerns regarding the current regulations and for continuation of better designs to preserve the existing character of single-family neighborhoods. The proposed zone text amendment maintains development standards from the existing design guidelines that have worked well in the past to address the concerns regarding mass and bulk. Additionally, certain changes are being proposed, including replacement of existing subjective guidelines with objective design standards to streamline the planning review process for facilitating efficient customer service. In addition to enabling efficient customer service by streamlining planning review time for construction of all single-family dwellings, including remodels and additions, the proposed zone text amendment is also consistent with the current affordable housing strategy developed by the City Council that provides city staff with policy direction to address governmental constraints to the maintenance, improvement, and development of housing. On December 13, 2021, the City of Burbank Planning Board considered a zone text amendment proposing updates to R1 and R1H single-family residential development standards and proposed adoption of the ordinance that is before you tonight. The next slide provides an overview of the existing regulations on single-family development permit discretionary review process. This slide provides a summary of the current triggers for single-family development permit discretionary review process. SFDP discretionary approval contains design guidelines for neighborhood compatibility review, which was put in place to address concerns regarding mass and bulk of new single-family homes and additions, and to ensure compatibility of new addition or construction with scale and character of existing residential neighborhoods. Currently, SFDP discretionary review process is applicable for all new construction of single-family dwelling that exceeds 0.35 FAR or 3,000 square feet of gross floor area. Additions to existing single-family dwelling that exceeds 500 square feet in area and is visible from the street, and it's applicable to remodeling work that results in whole house demolition, which is a demolition of at least 50% of existing interior and exterior linear walls, including openings. Exemption from SFDP is permitted for one-story and two-story homes that are 3,000 square feet or smaller in area and have an FAR of 0.35 or lesser. The next few slides will provide a brief overview of the changes that were recommended for adoption by the Planning Board. On December 13th, after considering the proposed updates to R1 and R1H single-family residential development standards, the Planning Board recommended elimination of the existing single-family special development permit discretionary review process and the associated design guidelines contained in Section 10-1-607C of Burbank Municipal Code. Additionally, the Planning Board recommended adoption of objective design standards to facilitate shorter planning review time, remove inconsistencies and vagueness from the existing code, and provide standards that are uniformly applied to all single-family additions and new construction, and which are uniformly verifiable by the staff and the applicants. These objective standards are intended to serve the same purpose as the existing design guidelines, which is to regulate the mass and bulk of new single-family construction and to ensure consistency of new construction with existing neighborhood character of single-family neighborhoods. I will now go over the proposed amendments to the R1 and R1H single-family residential development standards. Section 10-1-607C is being removed to eliminate single-family special development permit process and the associated design guidelines. Section 10-1-603M is being added to incorporate objective design guidelines for additions, remodels, and new construction of single-family dwellings, including objective standards on privacy screening and requirement of windows along street-facing facades of a dwelling. Table 10-1-603A, detailing the single-family residential development standards, is being amended to increase the maximum allowed top-of-the-plate height of single-family residential dwellings from 20 feet to 22 feet to accommodate the height of raised foundation for additions to houses built on raised foundation and to facilitate better design for second-story additions and new two-story construction. Additionally, amendments are proposed to expand the applicability of upper-story step backs and building plane modulation requirement to all second-story addition and new construction. This has been done in order to regulate the mass and bulk of new single-family residential construction. Section 10-1-603C is being amended to limit the maximum allowed top-of-the-roof height of front porches to 12 feet in order to ensure that front porches are subordinate in height to the overall house, creating a sense of transition between the front yard and the interior of the home and reducing the overall mass and bulk of the house. Section 10-1-603D is being updated to list all the structures that are exempt from floor area ratio calculation as it currently applies to some structures. Additionally, updates are proposed to standards specifying inclusion of attic spaces in FAR calculation. Section 10-1-603F is being amended to include list of structures that are exempt from the lot coverage calculation. Section 10-1-603G is being amended to allow wider driveways on lots with garages located towards the rear of the lot to facilitate on-site parking. Additionally, updates are proposed to the standards regulating landscaping and pedestrian pathways within the front yard setback area of a lot. Please note that no updates are being proposed to the existing regulations on dimensions of driveway approach or the driveway apron, which is limited to 25% of the lot width or 15 feet, whichever is lower. Section 10-1-603H and 10-1-606F are being updated to amend standards regulating construction of fences, walls, hedges, and retaining walls for the entire city. Section 10-1-603I of Burbank Municipal Code is being updated to amend the standards regulating compliance with the minimum required off-street parking. Section 10-1-606H is being updated to remove requirement for discretionary approval for pools and spas that are proposed on flat portions of a lot located in the hillside area of the city. Section 10-1-203 of Burbank Municipal Code is being updated to amend the definitions of retaining wall and whole house demolition. Finally, Section 10-1-1810 is being updated to amend the standards regulating continuation of non-conforming portions of a single-family residential dwelling to allow openings along non-conforming exterior walls and allow replacement of non-conforming portions of a dwelling that have been damaged due to termites or dry rot. The zone text amendment proposes objective design standards to address concerns regarding mass and bulk of new single-family residential construction and maintain neighborhood character of existing single-family residential neighborhoods. It also would streamline the planning review process by providing objective design standards that are applied consistently to all additions, remodels, and new single-family dwellings, and provide greater clarity by eliminating confusing and inconsistent language in the code. These development standards include front entry design. All new residential construction or expansion or remodeling work that alters the entrance of a dwelling shall comply with the following design elements. Entry porches, when provided, shall be at least 5 feet wide and 4 feet deep. Front entries and doors shall be located along the street-facing facade of a main dwelling. Facade details. For all new residential construction or remodel or addition to a single-family dwelling that includes alteration of exterior facades, at least 20% of the area of each street-facing facade shall be windows or entrance doors. Privacy. A 2-story project design shall provide screening in the form of trees, shrub, fence, or hedges that meet city height requirements along the shared property lines for the full length of a single-family dwelling being developed, if any portion of the proposed upper story addition is located within 15 feet of the shared property lines. Mass and bulk. Extending the existing regulations specified in Section 10-1-603E pertaining to upper story step backs and modulations, staff is proposing limiting upper story square footage of a dwelling to 85% of the first story gross floor area. Exterior lighting. When exterior lighting is incorporated, it shall be designed to avoid glare and light spill over onto adjoining and adjacent residences and public right-of-way. And finally, following materials will be prohibited: barred windows, use of unfinished cinder block or concrete blocks for building facade or fences, roofing materials with a reflective surface that produces glare, siding with a reflective surface that produces glare. Public outreach for the public hearing on the zone text amendment was done in accordance with Burbank Municipal Code, Section 10-1-1964, which included notice in the newspaper 10 days prior to the hearing. Additionally, staff has sent emails to all the single-family development permit applicants from the last 2 years, notifying them of proposed updates. Moreover, the city's website was updated prior to each hearing to provide information regarding the planning board hearing that was conducted on October 25th and December 13th, 2021, as well as information regarding today's city council hearing. In conclusion, staff would like to reiterate that the proposed zone text amendment will preserve existing neighborhood character in R1 and R1H single-family residential zones by updating and extending design-related standards that would apply to all additions, remodels, and construction of single-family dwellings. remove inconsistencies from the existing regulations governing construction of single-family dwellings, and enable efficient customer service by streamlining planning review time for construction of all single-family dwellings, including remodels and additions. Staff recommends that the council adopt the following ordinance. The City Council adopt the proposed ordinance updating the development standards for single-family R1 and R1H zones and continuation of non-conforming structures. This concludes the presentation, and staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now open the public hearing to hear from any persons who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the council for up to 3 minutes. Please call 818-238-3335. The phone lines are now open. Madam Assistant City Clerk, do we have any callers?
Yes, we do, Mayor. And the first one will be transferred to you now.
Thank you.
Our first caller is Bob Niesner.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, City Mayor, and thank you very much, City Mayor, and all council men and women for allowing me to speak tonight. I am a general contractor. The name of the company is Champion Builders. I'm currently doing 2 projects in the city of Burbank, and I have a third one that we're hoping to start soon. The biggest problem we've had is the speed in which we've been able to receive permits. And it has been a very costly thing for under the existing ordinance, and very costly to a number of people: the owner, the general contractor, subcontractor, architect, engineer, and city itself as it relates to inspections. I support the modification in whole regarding this ordinance, and would like to ask that you all take it very seriously and do what we can to modify the ordinance on behalf of everybody in the city. I think it would be a great enhancement of the construction progress in all aspects of residential construction, and speed things up and provide a lot of help to other general contractors and, as I said, all the other people that are currently experiencing serious financial difficulty. Thank you again for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Gail Hash.
Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for allowing us time to have a conversation about the issue at hand. I'd like to thank you, Mayor, the council members, and also the city staff for presenting the changes. As you know, in December of 2021, the planning board members recommended to approve changes to the zone text, and the 2 of the highlights are to remove the requirements for design compatibility review and the change in the plate height for single-family residences. The top plate height was changed to 22 feet, which allows owners of existing homes on raised foundations to feasibly add a second story to their Burbank homes. Additionally, the changes eliminate requirements for the design compatibility review. Previously, this review process allowed a great deal of subjectivity in approval of architectural design and features by the city staff. And in some cases, it requires homeowners to build a home in an architectural style not of their own choosing. It's important that all the voting members are able to hear the public comments, so I'm encouraging you to both approve the proposed changes to the standards and definitions and allow public comments to be heard next week in order for all the voting members to hear the public opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Micah Beving.
Welcome.
Oh, welcome. Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. I take it I'm on call here. It looks like maybe there's a little tape delay. I just wanted to speak on behalf, I'm an architect, done work in the city of Burbank here for a couple of years now or more, and just wanted to speak to the single-family special development process. And basically just start by saying, that I'm definitely in support of adopting these new amendments to the planning code. It seems enormously beneficial for everyone, from contractors to owners to myself, engineers, as well as from what I understand, not the city officials like the planners, as well as the inspectors too. I've had the great pleasure to have worked with Shipra Rajesh and even Sarah. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing her last name correctly, Harinik, and they've both been extremely helpful in kind of helping to navigate through this single-family special development permit process. I do work all over LA County, Ventura County, Santa Barbara County, in every city just about in all of those. And I've never come up against a project or standards like this in all the work I've ever done. I think these amendments are certainly in the right direction. I think they're pretty consistent with other cities and counties around Southern California. And I don't think it's that like a detriment to the community there at the city of Burbank. So, in addition, this process that we're currently in, we have I have two projects that are currently in this single-family special development process, and the time frame for one of them is going on 14 months, and it's been kind of outsourced to a third-party planner who I can't even get a hold of because I only have his email address. So, and I've reached out to the main office as well. So that's just like one example of the complications for going through this process. And I just wanted to kind of point it out so you guys were aware of what it is like from many different angles, and being an architect trying to coordinate these plans for single-family special development permits is quite a cumbersome one. That is, confusing to all and complicating matters and costing clients their hard-earned money. So that's all I have to say on the matter.
Great. Thank you very much.
For the opportunity.
Very timely. Thank you for calling in. Next speaker. Welcome.
It's coming through. Thank you.
Sorry, never mind.
Our next caller is Harry Timurian.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, good evening. My name is Harry Timurian. I'm the legislative chairperson for the Burbank Association of Realtors. Thank you for taking my call. I'm calling today in support of the single-family housing guidelines change. The City Council, the City of Burbank changed its code 5 years ago and made it extremely subjective. You've heard from the public, and more importantly, you've heard from your own staff that the current system is not working. With 18-month waits to get simple permits, costly delays, and thousands of dollars in plans from homeowners is just not the right way to do it. You started this process 5 years ago to stop maximization by eliminating bulk and size, which was done by property development standards controlling height, FAR, bulk, etc. But then review design and neighborhood compatibility was added and destroyed the planning department completely. Doesn't make sense that you can tear down a house and build a new one at 0.35 and there's no design review compatibility. But if you want to add 600 square feet onto a 900 square foot house, you're stuck with design review compatibility in 20 months before you get a permit. Process has completely bogged down the planning department. Your troops on the ground, your planning department are effectively telling you that the current system is not working. Please go ahead and adopt the design review guideline changes, and the Burbank Association of Realtors is in complete support of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is John Brennan.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Telemontes and Council. My name is John Brennan. I am a lifelong Burbank resident, homeowner, parent, and building contractor in the city of Burbank. I have had the pleasure of being on many sides of the building process over the past 19 years. I believe this gives me a unique perspective to speak on this issue. The municipal code is incredibly detailed, precise, and for the most part fair. When designers, architects, and our homeowners draw up plans and follow the approved code, this is a systematic, straightforward way to do business. What is not simple and straightforward is applying to build a home, addition, or sometimes a simple addition, and then to be placed for review in the single-family special development permit process, aka the design review process. The design review process is not straightforward and allows for multiple opinions to misinterpret the municipal code. The thought of a neighbor a block away saying that you should have stucco instead of siding or a Spanish-style home instead of modern is ridiculous. The city of Burbank is not an HOA where the aesthetic of a home is dictated to us. It is time to be fair and follow a precise municipal code that should be amended as staff is proposing, and let the building of our homes be a standard process. Thankfully, the city of Burbank invested $250,000 to create the municipal code to control larger homes. This has been money well spent. What we have learned since 2017 is that the neighborhood compatibility review process created a dysfunctional, subjective process that required the planning department to outsource additional plans. This is costing the city a tremendous amount of money. I would like to comment on the three proposed changes based on my expertise in this field. The 22-foot plate line makes perfect sense. If you have a raised foundation and you wish to have 9 or 10-foot ceilings, which all newer homes have, you need to have the 22-foot plate line. This is not the top of the roof, but merely where the angle of the roof starts. This does not affect overall height of the home, and there is an overall roof height already in the municipal code. This additional 10% mass does not cause any additional blockage of views or out-of-place architecture. This is a simple matter based on whether your home is on a slab or raised foundation, since the height of the plate line starts at the natural grade. In addition, the proposed changes to the code will require all two-story homes to have modulation, which is an offset to the side and front walls. This will not allow but also allows architecturally pleasing two-story homes. I stand with thousands of city residents and strongly urge the City Council to approve staff's recommendations as presented and approved by the Planning Board, studied and vetted by the Planning Board. Help grow our city and enjoy where we live. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Our next caller is Sandra Choi.
I stand with thousands of city residents and strongly urge the City Council to
Welcome.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Sandra Choi from Jayhawk Design and Development. We're a design and construction company working on projects in Burbank. Thank you for this opportunity. I do support the proposed updates to the streamlining the planning review process of single-family residential projects using objective design standards. for our clients who are families who are investing their life savings. The review process has been taking too long and costly, so I think it would be very beneficial for all parties to have a streamlined process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Pat Tomaski.
Welcome.
Hello, hi, good evening. I have been a resident of Burbank for 35 plus years, not giving away my age. The new plans that is proposed for the neighborhoods in our region here seem to be a little too much, a little too invasive. I am not for them. I think they need to be modified some to be a little more reasonable as per the 2017 and previous work and complaints that were going on within the convention issue up at the hillside in some of the flatland areas. I just don't think that all the work that we accomplished, it looks like it's going to be erased. All I hear from the proposal is bigger, bigger, bigger. I don't think that's better. I bought a couple homes in the hillside area. One I'm going to be making to a historic home. I think I might sell it. If I have a big mansion next to me or condos next to me, I just don't want that overlooking my nice home. So I may leave and go somewhere else. It just seems like it's a little too much, and I think it needs to be modified. Please take a harder look at it and bring it down a little bit to be a little more reasonable. It's not that difficult to work with the city. There's some of the nicest people I've dealt with. I've done this a couple of times, restored historic homes, and lived in Los Angeles and lived in Burbank, both. I'm a native here, and it's not that difficult here if you have your act together. If you want to streamline that, please go ahead and do that. Make that better, but don't make it so humongous. Please think and double check and look with what the next plan is going to be for our neighborhoods. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Natalie Warsham.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for taking the time. I would like to please approve the staff's recommendation on the changes. I'm hearing all the speakers and hearing only costing $1,000 in 12 months sounds like a dream come true, to be totally honest with you. I know I have a short amount of time, so I'm going to hit you with some information. In March of 2019, we submitted plans, hired an architect, designer, contractor that are all savvy Burbank regulations. This was a year prior to the pandemic. We were trying to add less than 500 square feet to our house. We tried to be as patient as we could during the pandemic. If you can believe it, in 2021, our plans were finally approved, almost 2.5 years later. When we initially got a quote in 2019 for the project, it was going to be between $150,000 to $180,000. We had to get a revised quote in 2021 once we had our plans approved, which is now $300,000 to $320,000. We're not changing a roof line. We're not changing the front of the house at all. A new construction or to bulldoze a house, you get permits completed in 1 year or less, an ADU 60 days. I was literally told to bulldoze our house and it would be faster, but the cost of doing that would be astronomical. Time is money. The poor plan checkers are at the mercy of the planning department and getting completely bogged down. Originally in 2019, we were looking at rental properties while a home would be under construction to account for that in our budget. Rents at the time were $3,500 to $4,000 a month. Now I would need to spend a minimum of about $5,500 a month to rent a home in Burbank while my home is under construction while also paying the mortgage. I don't need a two-story house. I'm not asking for a mansion. I'm preserving my backyard and the front of the house to keep that Burbank charm. I just want some elbow room. And with 2 teenagers and a husband, you could imagine I would love to have a second toilet. I'm a Burbank homeowner of 8 years, resident over 13 years. We support schools, businesses, restaurants, nonprofits regularly. The process is flawed and completely unacceptable to take over 2 years for a local homeowner. That's only half of my story, and I'd love to take you to coffee if you'd like to hear the rest. Thank you so much for your time. Take care.
Thank you very much. I'm in for coffee. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Ara Abrahamian.
Good evening, Mayor Talamantes and members of the City Council. My name is Ara Abrahamian, and I've been a Burbank resident for over 30 years, graduating from Burbank High in 2003. I'm calling to voice my support for the proposed changes to the city's family residential building code. And I actually have plans that are with the planning department right now for a project that's being subject to the code as we speak. Over the years, I'll admit that I too witnessed some of the unsightly homes being built on Providencia and other local streets, and fully understand the need to apply limitations in the bulk and mass of new developments and to maintain architectural balance. That being said, the current code is particularly punitive to houses that are built on sloped lots outside of the designated hillside area. After spending 5 years house hunting and 6 months designing our own dream home with an experienced architect, we submitted to the city and then found out 4 months later that the 20-foot top plate height limitation is written in a way that effectively makes it impossible to build a 2-story house on our lot. The issue stems from the fact that our lot has a 5-foot change in elevation from the right side to the left, and as a result, if you factor that 5 feet in, we can't even design a 2-story home with 8-foot ceilings on each floor, because that would require 17 feet in height, and the extra 5 feet puts us at 22 feet as it is. The only way to get around this would be to have steps in the middle of both stories, so as you're traversing from one side to the other, you have to kind of go down a mini staircase every time. I particularly don't like to have a step-down living room. I think it's a tripping hazard. If God forbid, one day I end up in a wheelchair, I can't really get around my own house at that point. And so I think it's kind of an unrealistic standard to force onto people. So in summary, I think increasing the top plate height to 22 feet would allow us to build an actual livable home on this property. And I note, as previous callers have mentioned, that even with this higher top plate height, you can still have overall heights that meet the 30-foot overall height requirement. Our plans actually don't even reach 27 feet overall height, despite having the higher top plate height. I think this modest change to the code will alleviate some restrictions that are particularly punitive to some of the most prized lots in the city, in my opinion. Those that are kind of still accessible in the non-windy parts of the hillside, but still sit on a slight slope. And so I thank you guys for taking this up and considering these changes. I think that even with these modifications, we can still respect the needs to have appropriate setbacks and easements and to manage mass and bulk in our residential areas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller.
Our next caller is Jim Casey.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Jim Casey. I'm a 23-year Burbank resident, a local real estate agent, and I head up an organization called Preserve Burbank with over 400 local Burbank residents. We were instrumental in the creation of the IDCO and in the pushing for the design guidelines. And I enjoyed the summary of the changes, but as we all know, the devil is in the details. One thing that wasn't mentioned is that in the past 5 years, the number of appeals against overbuilding has dropped almost completely off. We have not had any reason to bring forth any since the IDCO went into place and since the new design guidelines were adopted. So I think that should be a testament to the fact that it's working. The bottom line is we believe the design guidelines are being used as a smokescreen to hide the incompetence of our community development department. Right now, it is common knowledge that the massive surge of ADU requests and whole house teardowns is dominating the planning department's time. The ADU issue is the state's fault. The prioritization of teardown projects is the staff's fault and is completely in line with the planning department's history of favoring developers and builders over the interests of homeowners who simply want to put on a small addition or remodel their existing homes. Staff told one city council member that the compatibility survey requirement was taking up staff time and slowing the process. In fact, the compatibility survey is required to be completed by the builder, not staff. This begs the question, who are these changes trying to benefit? Please do not allow the planning board and staff to push through all these changes without a modicum of public outreach and feedback. There is simply not enough time in a week or two to assess all these changes and to understand the long-term impacts. We respectfully request that you postpone a decision on this proposal until there has been time to digest all of the changes and for staff to better explain specifically how this will streamline the process for the hundreds of Burbank residents who've been waiting over a year for simple permits to make reasonable changes to their homes without throwing out the design guidelines. Thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Hasmik Badalian Collins.
Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable City Council members. My name is Hasmik Badalian Collins, and I'm calling in support of the ordinance that's here before you tonight. I was born and raised here in Burbank, and I have owned a home in the city for the last almost 10 years. My husband and I have 3 kids, and they're all in Burbank Public Schools. And we wanted to own a home in the city of Burbank because of all the wonderful things about the city that we value. And those are our schools, the close-knit nature of our community, and just the feel of our neighborhood where we can walk outside and see neighbors and friends. So several years ago, we decided that we wanted to stay in Burbank, and we wanted to renovate our home by modernizing it and making it one that we could more easily live in with 3 growing children. And obviously, the goal of any person was, to make our house that was our forever home, something that we could continue to fit into the character of our neighborhood, but one that was more practical for raising our family. And we were excited. We started to work on the design. We thought of, the improvements that we would make to our home and something that we looked forward to. We thought this would be a positive and fun experience. People would always tell us, oh, this is so exciting, and, you get to pick your dream home. But I got to tell you that our experience in getting our plans through the city has completely changed our outlook on this topic, and that, the subject of a remodel is not one of joy. It's usually frustration, uncertainty, stress, and most of our main issues center around these 2 key factors that we feel strongly should be changed, and we think that the ordinance that's here before you addresses those things to a certain extent. The most important for us was the time aspect of it. And the amount of time between submitting our plans and pulling our permits was 2 years. Now, this amount of time is just far too long for the review process to be considered functional. I can tell you that sometimes someone will ask me questions about our plans and our house, and I'll tell you, I don't remember. That was so incredibly long ago. Even something that was seemingly so simple, like a little improvement, such as changing the exterior of the home from stucco to siding, this was something that would require 9 to 12 months of waiting for the city to make a determination. And this is true even now. Even, if you're in the mid-construction, there's a change or modification that needed to be made. Or subjectivity. When we would inquire about how long the next step in the process would be, the answer is always, it would depend. It would depend on who was reviewing the plans, what the interpretation was, how busy they were, what their backlog was, how much importance they placed on certain components. And we understand that, and that's probably because they were so overworked. I mean, even your city staff is telling you that about this right now, and that's why they have asked for this ordinance. Now, removing the lengthy and subjective design review process for certain changes would be a benefit, and it would be an improvement for all of our residents in our community. Burbank is a fantastic city, and I appreciate the opportunity to express my opinion on how the City Council can work to continue to improve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
Our next caller is James Cone.
Welcome.
Oh, hi. Well, my name is James Coane. I've been an architect for 28 years. That entire time I've practiced in Burbank, doing various new houses and remodels. I'm based in Pasadena, so I also work in Pasadena, San Marino, La Cañada, Sierra Madre, Glendale, and lots of communities on the west side. I'm in full support of the changes proposed. I've worked with Burbank building staff for decades, literally, and I understand the complications they have before them. Primarily, the thing that I find best about the proposed changes is the height change. Currently, I'm working on a project on Alameda, and I work on a lot of projects up on the hill. And I know what the job the planners have is they have to propose, new codes, and they have to kind of test them out for a few years. I think what's been discovered is that basically hillside properties get get kind of penalized on this. Primarily properties between, let's say, Glen Oaks and Sunset that have a cross slope, like the project I'm currently working on, to comply with the 20-foot height standards, and your lot drops 4 or 5 feet across, you can barely get an 8-foot ceiling in. So that specifically I support, but in general I support all of the proposed changes. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
Our next caller is Justin Worsham.
Welcome.
Thank you, Council. I live in a 3-bedroom, 1,105 square foot home with my wife and 2 sons. It's my belief that the single-family development permit requirements have really bogged down the planning department. I submitted for permits to do a 500 square foot addition to my home, and it took over 2 years to get approval. We had to get special structural engineering to support the roof over the addition to avoid our roof line being raised 18 inches to avoid being susceptible to the requirements and holding times of the single-family development permit. I had 2 architects say they would draft my plans, but would not help me through the permit process because they didn't want to work with Burbank Planning. I also know of people who submitted plans when they found out they were expecting their first child, and their kids celebrated their first birthday before they got approval for their permit. I want to say that I don't believe this is the planning department's fault at all. I really do believe that it is the confusing guidelines for the single-family development permit. I can add on to my house the 500 square feet for about $300,000, but to buy a house like what I could build would cost me $1.6 million in today's market. You see, Council, I have a wife who shares a bathroom with 3 guys. My wife just wanted another bathroom. You heard from her earlier. She's offering to buy you coffee. That's how desperate she is. I'm sure there are many other spouses out there who just want another bathroom. So I am begging you to accept the staff and planning board recommended changes regarding the single-family development permit, if for no other reason than to save Burbank families. Thank you all for your hard work and everything you do for our great city.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Deborah Bindi.
Welcome.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. I'm calling because I'm concerned about this information regarding the streamlined process. I do think that a streamlined process is extremely needed because people that are trying to do simple things to their home are getting bogged down. However, I do object to kind of a carte blanche thing for developers who are coming in and knocking down stuff. And I see a lot of areas that could be loopholes where they could take advantage. It would be very beneficial to have like a specialized, so many people that work specially on the single-family homes, someone that specializes in doing the ADUs, and of course being cross-trained, but I mean someone that really knows each grouping very well, and so that it reduces the amount of problems. I've noticed that there's a house here in Burbank, a 2-story house that was built that actually blocks the solar unit of the house next door. Well, it costs us $1,000 if our neighbor's going to build something and cause damage to our house. It's going to cost $1,000 for us to even be able to object to it. And it looks like you're kind of taking away our ability to object. Also, next week or whenever you bring this back, I believe it's fair to get more public input. I notice that most of the people in favor of this are in the real estate or in construction, where they're all going to be making money off of it. So I'm really concerned about the residents in the city. And that's basically all that I can think of right now. I do love Burbank, and it's very frustrating to hear people with the issues that they run into with the planning department. I actually got a bid on something, and the contractor said, "Oh, you live in Burbank? I don't touch Burbank." That was very discouraging. Anyway, have a good evening, and thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Our next caller is Ashley Gamburian.
Welcome. Welcome, Ashley.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. You may recall me from previous times when I've appeared a few times, actually, to speak about the proposed rules or even about my own projects. I'm calling today to support the proposed ordinance to streamline projects by having an objective checklist. I have heard many people calling and supporting this change, and sounds like the public has spoken today. They want the change, and I agree with every single thing that they said about the hardship of waiting for permits and how everything has been more delayed than ever before. But I want to speak about my own experience today about building a house, not even during the pandemic time. It was because of the subjective standards that we went through this extremely tremendous emotional and financial hardship. Eliminating the subjective standards is a very good idea, actually, because this gives an opportunity to people to file frivolous appeals using the standards. And we were building a house that had a 1,600 square foot basement. The basement was not going to be visible from the street. Nevertheless, they called it a mansion, an enormous house. We built the house. Luckily, we dodged the increase in prices and the tremendous inflation that causes people a lot of hardship right now. But we nevertheless went through a lot of emotional hardship. Our son went to college and basically didn't get a chance to enjoy the house. The whole process took over 2 years. 2 hearings where with the leadership of Preserve Burbank, our neighbors humiliated us and came up with all kinds of reasons why we should not be able to build our house, especially the basement. While they did all that, they also accused the city staff of all kinds of wrongdoings as well. So we today invite you to our street and pass by our house to see if you will even notice there is a basement. So when you're considering changes, I respectfully request that you consider these not only the expeditious adjudication of the applications, but also placing objective standards where no one can interfere with anyone's right to enjoy their property, and also no one can accuse the city staff members of any kind of wrongdoing.
Thank you very much for calling in. Your time is up. Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay.
Our next caller is Sue Clearman.
Welcome.
Welcome. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. As you recall, the single-family design guidelines were put in place a few years ago. This was following an enormous public outcry. There was a tidal wave of total house teardowns, big projects with extensive grading, scraping the lots, and the construction of very large non-conforming houses. One council member at the time noted that it was like the Wild West of teardowns in Burbank. It took an IDCO, an emergency ordinance, to pause the total house teardowns. The IDCO took an extraordinary amount of time, effort, money, city resources, and scores of residents from the flats to the hillside, voicing their concerns at council meetings. The single-family design guidelines and single-family development permit review process took months of focused effort, and the resulting ordinance was crafted with input from the entire community, including stakeholders, realtors, builders, and others. For tonight's changes, there has been zero public outreach. A citywide survey found that 80% of the residents agreed that changes were needed to protect single-family neighborhoods from overbuilding. Yet, according to staff, there's just a small number of total house teardown and large residential projects which are taking the majority of time to process. These large projects are triggering single-family development permit, and some are pushing the envelope of the buildable area, increasing, maximizing, exceeding the FAR and top plate height. Other cities have found solutions to balance design review and planning resources. I urge you to table the vote on this item. You must have time to fully review the impacts of these proposed changes to the code. Burbank residents must have a voice on these extensive code changes. Do not wipe out the single-family design guidelines and permit process. It will be like the Wild West of teardowns in Burbank all over again. The code does not need to be changed. This will not fix the problem. Instead, we need to look what other cities are doing with their fee structure. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Dave Morgan.
Hello, council members. I want to voice my support for the very few callers, Jim Casey with Preserve Burbank, and the lady who there's a delay in the online presentation. So I'm hearing someone right now who's in support of the following idea, and that is don't jump and vote on this as a yes tonight. Due to the pandemic and other reasons, there have been various reasons that we have not been reached out to as a public and as homeowners in Burbank. We're not saying we're against the revisions of this proposal, but a lot of us are hearing about this, believe it or not, for the first time because we don't follow the planning board meetings, and we feel like this has snuck up on us out of nowhere, and it's a major thing. There's a lot of text here that needs a review, and all I'm asking you to do is to take a time, step back, and let some more public comment come in, and maybe we'll flush out some things that are not such a good idea. Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Simon Hamill.
Welcome.
Good evening, council members. This is Simon Hamill. I'm calling tonight to ask you to address the unacceptable backlog of projects in a real, responsible, economic, and sustainable way, which is the total opposite of what the CDD and Planning Board are trying to force you to do by gutting 2 years of voter-approved local laws in under 2 weeks. This is an election issue. Your staff gets 20 minutes, your voters get 3. In the last 10 minutes of the second-to-last meeting of 2021, only some of the Planning Board simply decided they didn't care for the law and crossed off 60 pages of code. That's the red line attachment 2. There are dozens of individual changes in the law, and each one is a real-world concern of different residents, and not one of them addresses the supply and demand economics to make sure that there is proper management of revenue so there are enough planners to bring down the wait time and meet the overwhelming demand. Back in 2014, you had this house on San Jose collapse the Neighbors Foundation as just one example of the kinds of building that brought hundreds of people out to eventually agree on new building codes. While it's not perfect, and you should do a public workshop in the near future before changing, it's important to note that you aren't seeing appeal after appeal and major complaints about the final product of single-family building at all anymore. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Get more public input. I urge you to ask for a report on how cities like Glendale, with far more restrictive building design guidelines than we have in Burbank, are managed so much more efficiently that they don't have people waiting 20 months for a toilet and sink remod. Right now, an applicant who makes 3, 4, 5 rounds of corrections pays no additional fee and extends the wait time for their neighbors waiting in line. This is not in the report, is it? Meanwhile, honest and thorough architects and applicants are having to pay extension fees on top of the regular plan check rate because there is not a per-hour fee for corrections to incentivize efficiency. If we have so much demand, why hasn't the CDD director provided any information about simply meeting that demand by increasing rates to triple the number of plan checkers? The claim that after 5 years they're unwilling or unable to train frontline staff to handle 40% of projects, which was claimed in the planning board hearing, this would not fly in the management of a private sector company. If you look at all the building going on, clearly solutions have been found. Now, not to get into the weeds, but people claim the rules are subjective and they need change. But you have to ask, how is raising the top story walls 2 feet higher in the air to the top plate subjective? It's not. It's increasing the bulk. It legalizes 20% more carbon burn to run the AC in that space, and it casts a shadow over lower neighbors' solar panels, and you don't get more square footage. Or how about this included driveway widening that's also included? How is it sustainable or good for in the environment? How is plowing under City of Burbank trees, some of them valued at $15,000, like the one on Bel Air that got plowed over that didn't have to be, sustainable? It's not. It keeps groundwater from getting back into the system. Please don't pass this, or at least get some more input, amend it, have a workshop so that people can get the same amount of time with the planners as you guys do, or as the people who are just deciding which rules to cross off with a red line that nobody gets the benefit from anymore. Thanks for your time. I hope you make the right choice.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Yolanda Amant.
Welcome.
Hi there. I would just like to reiterate what previous callers said about we definitely want to make this easier for Burbank homeowners. However, please, I ask the council to be extremely careful in not creating any possible loopholes for developers to give them carte blanche. And that's basically all I wanted to say. Just please, I just want to make it easier for Burbank homeowners and not easier for developers to build anything else here in Burbank. And I like that our city is more picky than other cities. So I'd like to stay on the side of our city being more stringent than other cities. And that's the way we keep it from becoming like other cities that are too crowded. So thank you very much for letting me make my comments.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Roy Wiegand.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council, staff. Thanks for taking the call. I am calling about the what everybody else seems to be calling about, the changes, possible changes that you're considering to our single-family home rules and guidelines. I read a good chunk of it. It's 60 pages. It's very, very dense. I would love to know all the callers that are supporting it, if they really read. Somebody else mentioned the term devil in the details. There is a lot in there, and staff spent quite a number of months putting this together. I would not wish 2 weeks' time on any city council person trying to digest this and make such important decisions to our future as a city, to our single-family home areas. 60 pages is a lot. I would say, I think back to the increase that Burbank voters, most of them, not all of them, voted for an increase in our sales tax, tying us with the highest in the nation. Where did all that money go? It seems like we're understaffed with our planning department. It seems like they need to hire more people. If there's this backlog, where are all the funds? We were told that we replenish our police and fire staffing and city staff, and where's all that money going? I'm not sure it's making it to the boots on the ground, hiring more people to get rid of this backlog. And the fact that we've had so few appeals based on the IDCO and everything else that so many people and the city spent so much money, staff time, residents' time, and effort crafting that, and to throw that away on such short notice with so little time to really, really dig in the weeds and see what's in this, I think is not the best way to go. I think the design guidelines as they stand are working. Maybe the staff situation is what's not working at this point. So please do your homework on this. That's easy to say. I know it's a tough thing to wade through all the red lines in there and highlight the areas and everything, but that's the joys of being on the city council. But please give us more time. Step back from the edge at this point. You'll need a lot more public input, a wider audience. I think that would count for everything. And I've heard a number of people on the council say over the years, we need to hear from everybody in the city. I've been to enough council meetings to have heard that in person. So let's really pursue that with this and really try to get more outreach to the community and see where people are on this. But again, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. What we have is working. The help needs to come at staff. If we need to hire more people there, let's use some of that sales tax increase. The money's got to be there. Thanks for your time, and have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Eric Dewitt.
Hello?
Yes, welcome.
Hi there. I've been involved in a lot of these groups over the years, and the owner of a historic home in Burbank. And I've sat here and listened for an hour or so, and I get both sides. To have somebody waiting 2 years to add a bathroom under their house is unreasonable. But on the flip side of that, there are houses that have been built that shouldn't be built. There are groups of houses that should never have been built. So, again, I agree with the last few callers have said there's not been enough time to review this process. No disrespect whatsoever, but the presentation tonight was completely ununderstandable. You couldn't understand almost any of what was spoken about. And it just needs to take time, review this thing. You can't change everything 180% and expect not to end up back where we were before this happened. That's really all I got to say is take a little more time, listen to this, find a happy medium. And I do agree. I know the city of Burbank has hired an international consulting company to work on helping to support the building process or the consulting process. And I was told they get charged on an hourly rate the same as an associate planner. I've worked in the construction industry for almost 40 years. I work with international architects and companies all over the world, and there is no way the city of Burbank is getting charged what you could hire additional people for to streamline this process and separate the process that for the people that want to do a bathroom or want to do a reasonable addition or a swimming pool. They should be able to do that with no problem. But to tear down or do major additions is just completely unacceptable. Please take the time to listen to everybody. Present this again where everybody can understand it and give it the time necessary to make a proper decision. I'm really in the middle of this whole decision, but not one to completely throw the baby out with the bathwater. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor, we have no more callers on the line. Safe to close.
Okay. So there being no further public comment, I now declare the public comment period closed. Would the representative of the Community Development Department like to make any further comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I would like to mention regarding one of the caller's comments about removing single family, going back to ITCO. So I just want to reiterate that we are replacing the existing single family design guidelines and codifying them as objective standards. We are not removing any of the standards that are there right now currently in the single family guidelines. For example, the guidelines talk about front porches being subordinate to the overall height of the house. We are making it an objective standard by codifying it and saying all front porches shall be limited to 12 feet in height. Likewise, the modulations that the single family guidelines talk about, we are codifying it and making an objective standard that we already have in our code Before, it was only applicable to those projects which underwent a single-family discretionary review. With this update, all the development projects would be subject to upper story modulation and step back requirements. Another thing regarding the with respect to mass and bulk, our code currently has a regulation which talks about upper story being limited to 85% of the first story footprint. And that was, again, applicable only for those projects that underwent a discretionary single-family review process. Now, with this update, we will be expanding its purview to be applicable to all construction and not just those that go through a discretionary review process. Another thing I want to mention is that the hillside development permit process would still remain to protect the views and ensure safety in the hillside area of the city. So we are not touching that. One more thing is regarding ADUs and prioritization of tear down for creating new homes. All the ADUs and new homes currently are being processed by the consultants, not the city staff. City staff majorly works on projects, single-family permit projects that entail additions, remodels, or alteration, construction of 500 square feet addition, for instance. So city staff deals with property owners. For our previous, all the permits that we've received in the past 2 years, 70% of all the single-family special development permits are additions and remodel work, which have been initiated by property owners. 70% of those are property owners. Thirdly, although the applicants are responsible for filling the checklist, the staff spends considerable amount of time in reviewing it and verifying whether or not the plans are compliant with the design guidelines, which are quite subjective and open to interpretation by the applicants differently and the staff differently, which causes a lot of confusion. By replacing the same standards with objective design standards, we are essentially removing any vagueness, any ambiguity, and making them uniformly applicable and uniformly verifiable by all property owners, applicants, and the city staff. How will this benefit the community? Well, it's going to reduce the planning review time by removing the vagueness, by removing ambiguity, and by removing confusion regarding how it should be interpreted, and by increasing consistency within the code that would help the planners as well as the applicants to present a better design. The next thing that I want to point out is that we are not increasing the maximum allowed FAR. That remains as it is. As it was adopted in 2017, the maximum allowed FAR will be maintained at 0.4 and lot coverage will be maintained at 50%. Having said that, the current process does not apply any kind of design guidelines to those brand new homes, two-story homes that are at 0.3 FAR or a 3,000 square feet area. So these are big homes and they don't go through any design review, often ending up in architectural, style that are boxy and not very appealing to look at. With this update, staff is proposing that design standards such as the upper story modulation, restricting the amount of square footage for the upper story addition, as well as requiring windows along the street-facing facades be applicable to all additions, remodel, and construction work, thereby making it uniformly applicable and subjecting all construction work to design guidelines and not just few projects that would go through a discretionary review. And another thing that was pointed out, most people in favor are real estate. Well, again, as I mentioned, 70% of the projects that are undergoing single family, which takes around 12 to 14 months for adding 500 to 700 square feet, are initiated by property owners. So that is one thing. And we will essentially, with this update, we are proposing to make this a ministerial process wherein the objective standards are applicable uniformly and which would reduce review time and streamline the entire planning review process. We are not changing the FAR and lot coverage and public outreach for the project. We noticed this proposed zone text amendment in the newspaper back in September of last year and reached out to all the applicants who applied for single family permit. There were 78 in total, informing them of the proposed changes. We did that 3 times because there were 2 planning board hearing and now the city council hearing today. So we also updated the city's website as and when required to reflect the changes or provide new information regarding the public hearing. Another thing that was pointed out, the top of the height increase is not sustainable in terms of cooling and heating. That is a blanket statement, which is not true. In chatting with the engineers from the building division, it was made clear that heating and cooling for a home depends on the specific design of the home. It's case by case. So a home with a 20 feet top of the plate can essentially have more consumption of power when compared to another home which say has a 22 feet top of the plate height but has a attic floor there and not a vaulted ceiling. So it's very case by case, and it's not accurate to say that a top of the plate increase will lead to a design which is not sustainable. Secondly, increase in the driveway. So as I mentioned in my presentation, we are not touching the curb cut or the driveway approach. However, we are allowing property owners to increase the width of the driveway within the front yard to 20 feet if they can accommodate 55% landscaping in the front yard, which is what we currently have. If they're not able to do so, they wouldn't be allowed to expand their driveway. So we are cognizant of the fact that there is a landscaping requirement in our code, which is being maintained. The tree regulations, we are not removing that. We are just maintaining the objective standard in the code that any new home will be required to provide 2 trees on their lot if there isn't, any existing trees on the lot. So those are the things that are still maintained in the code or have been codified in an objective way to remove inconsistencies. The last one, I guess that's all I had because some of them were repetitive comments. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Fred, Scott, I don't know if you want to chime in.
Mayor, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Telemarcus. Shipra, I understood you clearly, so I appreciate the very clear presentation that
Mr.
you made.
Ramirez,
so
could you
thank
just identify yourself?
Oh, sure, Mayor. Fred Ramirez, Assistant Director. I work with Shipra in the Planning Division.
Great.
So very clear presentation. Thank you, Shipra. Easily understood. I just want to kind of come back and touch on a couple of points, especially those related to the deluge of ADUs and teardowns that are or were alleged to be affecting the ability to review these projects. And as noted by Shipra, we actually were funded. The city did fund, council funded as part of the budget process, consultants to help us process the ADUs, and that they're continuing to do so. We also have consultants that are helping us to review new construction that goes to single family special development permit. And what that means is that the majority of the time that has been funded by council in new positions has been focused on dealing with plan checks and residential additions that are just on the cusp of or having to deal with certain design limitations that they're trying to avoid going into the threshold of a single family. But as part of that, they're going through and reviewing it. And there is some, inconsistencies in the code. There are issues where, there's disagreements because of the inconsistencies in the code. So the whole purpose of what's here before you is to kind of do twofold. One, get you the update that you wanted. I think we have the benefit of 5 years of time to actually process applications. So both input from the planners as well as the plan checkers and the actual practitioners, the people that are actually processing applications. And as you heard from residents as well. And what I can tell you based on that experience is that the majority of the issue has to do with the fact that you have very good standards. There was an investment of $250,000 into this effort, but the discretionary component, the special development permit, and the neighborhood compatibility checklist don't really add much to the equation when it comes to objective standards. What we did was we looked at the whole project, all the code amendments, the checklist, and we took those that could be transformed into verifiable objective standards and incorporated them into the code. And we also even added an important component which isn't currently in the code, and that is if you build a building, I guess some people will call it a loophole if you want to call it that, but basically purposely, if you build a building that is less than 3,000 square feet or less than 0.35, you don't have to comply with any of the standards in the checklist. You basically just go through a process of review, and as Shipra noted, in some instances, we get more of a boxy design with less modulation. In addition to that, the modulation requirements that we're proposing now would be applied across the board. So there would be no ability to build a smaller building and not have to have the level of consistency of architecture and design that's required in the standards. If anything, we've upped the ante on those requirements. And the relief that Shipra noted as far as the plate height is not something that's being proposed arbitrarily. It's basically, as you've heard from some of the contractors and the homeowners, that in those locations where you have slopes and differentiating heights, the current standard, which applies across the board, whether flat land or slope, has created issues and somewhat problematic to be able to develop. So I just wanted to kind of highlight those components that this will help streamline the process. I think it will have a direct effect, as we've noted before, with the goal of reducing processing times by up to 50%, because everything will go from potentially some projects that could be single family special development to everything will be a plan check, and everything will be reviewed in plan check. So now it puts everything within the track of everybody reviewing it at one time, versus what we currently have is if you fall into single family special development, planning has to kind of take you through that gauntlet of review. And then when you get to the end of that, then you can go to plan check. So that adds to the time as well. So I wanted to make sure we highlighted those components as well.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Well, I just want to thank for the staff for not only the presentation, but as well as the responses to all the comments and concerns from our public speakers. Very detailed, and thank you very much for that. Does the council have any questions of staff? Vice Mayor Anthony.
Councilmember Springer had her hand up first. You can go.
Okay. Councilmember Springer.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Could you please explain the inclusion of attic space in the FAR calculation?
Yes, Council Member. So currently, as the code reads, any attic space that exceeds 4 feet in height and is characterized by structural flooring, which is basically a floor where someone can stand, gets added towards floor area ratio. What we are proposing is any attic space with any kind of floor that exceeds 5 feet in height be included in the FAR calculation. And the reason behind that is because per California Building Code, attic spaces under sloped roof that exceed 5 feet and go up to 7 feet as you move along the roof is considered a livable or habitable space. So in order to accommodate that, we increase the attic space from 4 feet to 5 feet with any kind of floor, not just structural floor, within the FAR calculation. And another reason for doing that is because structural floor is not easy to verify at the planning entitlement review stage. And we have to often rely on building department's interpretation. And that also is challenging because at that stage, it's difficult even for plan checkers to comment on whether or not a floor for the attic is actually structural or not. So in order to remove that ambiguity and make sure that someone in the future doesn't create a flooring that makes it habitable, we made sure that any kind of floor and attic space that exceeds 5 feet in height would get counted towards FAR.
Okay, thank you. And also, I have a question about timing for, say, if somebody bought a single family house and they wanted to build a junior ADU and an ADU, what would their timing be on the ADU and the junior ADU DU for the whole permitting process?
Per the state law, there's a short clock tied up with ADUs and junior ADUs. We need to complete our review within 60 days from when the application is actually submitted.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Anthony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, bulk and mass. I keep hearing this phrase. I didn't hear it before 2017. I never heard the phrase before. Can someone explain to me what is bulk and mass? Why did we originally create the IDCO, the single family housing design, to mitigate bulk and mass? And what at the very core would change versus bulk and mass on this specific ordinance? So it's like a three-part question.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I can start, and Fred, feel free to chime in. Bulk and mass essentially means area and the height of a building. These are two different terms, wherein mass entails the area and the height of the building, and the bulk essentially talks about the modulations and how it's designed, and the kind of effect that will have. The FAR and the lot coverage are the two factors within our code which restrict the bulk and mass by reducing the square footage of a home built on a lot to 40% FAR and 50% lot coverage. Although FAR and lot coverage regulate the mass, the bulk of a home gets regulated by modulations and transitions. For example, the upper story step backs that we have in code and now with this proposed update would be applicable to all development, that would require a property owner to modulate their second story in order to create breaks and gaps and provide respite to to pedestrians who would walk the neighborhood. And secondly, for example, a blank facade would be considered higher in terms of bulk, but you can break that with windows and breaks through like modulation. And those standards right now, as we are proposing, have been put in place as objective design standards, wherein to regulate the bulk, we have upper story modulation, restricting the upper story square footage to 85% of gross floor area of the first story, and providing windows and doors for at least 20% of the facade that faces the street. The mass gets governed by floor area ratio and lot coverage, which we are not touching. That remains the same as before. What in fact we are doing, as Fred pointed out before, is that we are now requiring all those homes that are less than 0.35 and 3,000 square feet in area to go through the modulation requirement and go through the plane break requirements in order to reduce their bulk and make sure that it provides for a pleasant pedestrian experience in residential neighborhoods.
Okay. And then my other question, sorry, that's bulk and mass. And I just wanted to clarify. When we talk about the mass of a building, we're talking about just the size, the total size. But bulk is much more in the design of the building. So you can have a small mass house that looks bulky because of the front design and the way it's situated. And conversely, you can have a larger mass house that could cut down on its bulk because you set things back and you put things in the way, windows and design features. Is that correct?
That would be correct, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so what happened in 2017? Talk me through this. I attended a number of city council meetings, but why was bulk and mass the leading point for putting together this single family housing design?
Vice Mayor Anthony, I'll start on answering that question. There was concern in 2014, 2015 with tear downs and rebuild of homes that were occurring in the city of Burbank. And there was, at the time in the code, not a lot of design standards. So there was a perception. There were structures that were built that offered little articulation. They were very bulky. The buildings went straight up. There was no offsets in the second story. So there was a concern from the community. So the council passed an IDCO, and that IDCO limited the mass and bulk during that time. During that time, the staff did extensive outreach with the community to create the standards that were adopted in 2017. And those standards did address the mass and bulk, including addressing entryways, second-story setbacks, and such. Also, what was created in 2017, which the city didn't have before, was a discretionary process. And that discretionary process was put in place, and that's part of why we're here tonight, is to talk about the discretionary process. We believe that the standards that were put in place at that time have really, really helped, and really assisted with controlling the mass and bulk in the city. Our concern has been the timelines, because of the discretionary portion of the code, that has really slowed down on the review of these permits. And let me introduce myself. I'm Scott Planbeck. I'm the Deputy City Planner.
Mr. Planbeck, you're saying the discretionary process, that's basically what people are referring to as the design review.
You got it. That's the single family design review portion of the code that was adopted in 2017.
Okay. Just real quick side note, it mentions no reflective roofing. Would that affect solar panels in any way?
No, Vice Mayor, they would not.
Okay. So here's an odd question. I've gotten a number of emails over the last year and a half. People talk to me all the time. They say, hey, the design review is slowing me down. Do something about design review, all this stuff. Have we gotten any emails and complaints from people about the pool or spa on a flat portion of lot slope shall be less than 5%? Or are we getting a ton of emails where people are asking for that 2-foot extension to the plate? I mean, I'm not, the first I'm seeing of these changes was in this report from the planning board. So I guess my question is, the process we used in 2017 to get those standards, was it the same process to get these new revisions, or was it different? Did it come from planning board? Did it only come from staff? Like, how are we getting here versus the major public input that we had in the first instance?
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for the question. So back in 2017, they adopted the regulations that we have currently in place after conducting extensive public outreach. Majority of
real quick, when we say extensive public outreach, what is that? What does that entail?
I wasn't there, but I believe they had meetings, community workshops, I guess.
I can Deputy City Planner Scott Planbeck. There were community workshops that were established. We had working tour workshops as well with the community, where we walked around neighborhoods looking at architecture that was acceptable and architecture that we're concerned. And we had several workshops with the planning board and the council as well.
And if I may, Vice Mayor, just to add, because I think you had a two-parter to that one. It was just not what was the outreach then, but what got us to where we're at today. One was council directive at the time of adoption to come back after the code was implemented, and in essence kick the tires on the code. Hey, what's working, what's not? In hindsight, we now have 5 years worth of that experience of kicking the tires and checking. The two examples that you gave are specifically a result of the feedback that we've gotten from applicants. People wonder, why do I have to go through a very long process to get a pool put on a flat pad that already exists? If I was gonna, build out into ridgeline, or I was gonna build out, an area, with additional retaining walls that could be intrusive, that I understand that. But if I'm just building on a flat pad, why do I have to wait months for review and processing before I can even submit for plan check? So that's that particular issue. On the other one, I think we heard some of the actual people that responded as actual practitioners that the plate height that was currently set as a result of the code amendment back in 2017 created a situation where on flatland, probably not an issue, could be worked around. But in those situations where you have grade changes, it's creating such a hindrance that for many people, it's the difference between proceeding with building a second floor in a way that's functional for their families, and basically not building that second floor and in essence foregoing what they need to make the building functional. So it's driven by practice and input from the practitioners that are actually building these structures.
And I just wanted to add to that. So we are also not replacing the guidelines that were adopted in 2017. As I mentioned during my presentation, we are just codifying them into objective standards. And as Fred mentioned, the top of the plate height and the removal of discretionary review process for pools and spas on flatter surface was as a result of discussion with applicants and property owners who underwent that process in the past 5 years and expressed concerns and complaints regarding the process.
I guess my last question would be, and it's just a general question for public outreach, do we feel that the pandemic, the COVID-19 restrictions, is limiting our ability to do the same kind of public outreach that we did in 2017? Is there a way to do community forums on Zoom or at safe distance, maybe outdoors? Is that limiting us in our ability to do public outreach?
I can start, Fred, and please chime in. So no, Vice Mayor Anthony, we are conducting community meetings for other discretionary review projects via Zoom, virtually. And then even if you were not in the pandemic era, the public outreach for the zone text amendment that is in front of you tonight would have been done the same way as it has been done right now. Since this is more of a response building upon what we did back in 2017 and reporting to the council what worked and what can be improved. So this was more from the directive given to us, like Fred mentioned, wherein we saw in the past 5 years what were those standards that actually helped regulate mass and bulk and how we can build on that to improve the design in the single family neighborhoods within the city. So no, the pandemic didn't cause any issues there with the public outreach.
Okay, all right.
Just to add, if I may, Vice Mayor, just to further clarify, to Shipra's point, the zone text amendment that is being considered now is part of the update to the council that was requested, and it went through a vetting process with the public in the form of two meetings that were publicly held at a public venue through Zoom, to your point, and they were in front of the planning board. So unfiltered, an opportunity for the public to provide direct feedback to the decision makers, the planning board, before they made any recommendation to you. And that was provided twice between September and December, and subsequently this meeting. If we were starting with, like a brand new specific plan, we'd be undertaking a bit different effort because we'd be going through a community needs assessment and whatnot. But since this is basically what's already on the books, refinements, and we're going through the planning board as a first stop, as their kind of specialty in looking at land use decisions and making recommendations to you, we feel we've made, created opportunities for people to comment in a public setting that would go directly to the decision makers in both instances.
No, I get that. Yeah, I know. And the planning board, the meeting and all the stuff is here. So thank you for that. I think that's it for me for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Schultz, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. Thank you to both of my colleagues for asking some of the same topic areas that I had. So I just have two follow-up questions for staff. And thank you very much to staff for an excellent, really thorough, clear presentation and for all the callers tonight. So with regards to the planning board's recommendation, I know that it is contained within this, I'm going to guess 2 or 3 inch stack of materials, but I'm hoping you can just condense it for those watching right now. So at the original planning board meeting, October 25th, 2021, staff made suggested updates, and the planning board actually made some revisions or recommendations of their own. Could you just break down for us what were the planning board's contributions to the conversation, and how did those differ from the original staff recommendation?
Sure, Councilmember Schultz. So back in October 25th, we presented updates to the planning board that included most of the recommendations that you see tonight. And one thing that was different was we recommended changing the triggers for single-family discretionary review process to exclude all those single-story addition and single-story construction from a discretionary review process that essentially does not add to the mass and bulk of a home. After considering staff's recommendation, Planning Board recommended removing the discretionary review process and incorporating those design guidelines as objective standards within our code that could be easily verifiable and could have a uniform interpretation amongst the staff and the applicants in order to shorten the planning review time for smaller additions as well as new two-story construction that currently goes through a single-family review. Another thing that was pointed out was the so-called loophole that Fred talked about with some of the homes and additions not going through a design review process currently because they fall under the 0.35 threshold of FAR and 3,000 square footage threshold, not having to go through any kind of modulation or plain break requirement, causing homes that people might not like to see in their neighborhoods. So to address all that, the planning board's recommendation was to put in place a process wherein we don't make property owners go through a discretionary review for adding a 500 square feet bedroom with a bathroom. However, making sure that all the development and construction in the single family zones are subject to design guidelines, whether a 500-story addition or a two-story brand new home. That way it's uniformly applied and is verifiable uniformly amongst the staff and the applicants. So those were the changes. So back in December 13th, when we went back, we proposed all those changes that the planning board wanted to see. We created objective standards that are in fact derived from the single family guidelines. And as I mentioned before, I'll just point out an example. The single family guideline says the dwelling frontage should lead an eye towards the house. It was very vague, the language there. What we've done is we've removed that and we've made an objective statement or a code requirement there wherein all front doors should be placed along the facades facing the public street, which is easily understandable. And that's what we did in December 13th, and Planning Board adopted the recommendation or recommended the ordinance.
And Shipra, she's very detailed, and I really appreciate that. So to me, in my mind, we went in with a fine tuning in the first meeting. The board looked at it in total, which is their purview to do. They looked at it in totality and said, I don't think we've gone far enough. I think we really need to be consistent across the board, remove the ambiguity. And as a result of that, we're suggesting that you recommend removing single family and the neighborhood compatibility checklist. So what we said is, can we come back to you and show you what that means? And so what we did in December is we came back to them and said, hey, we went back board and we looked at everything and we found where all the references were and what the implications of that were. And by the way, the neighborhood compatibility checklist has good points to it, but they need to be objective so that they comply with state law. So here's the list of objective standards that we were able to derive. And there was a long discussion where we were questioned about the objectivity of those standards. And at the conclusion of that, then they decided, okay, this is what we want to recommend to the council to see. And what you have before you is the culmination of that 2-meeting endeavor by the board to kind of come to terms, balance the good work that's in the document already and add to it. And at the end of the day, help people get through the process, which we all agree is a lot more onerous than it needs to be.
Oh, thank you very much for that. And so I guess the follow-up question from me would be, so I take it that staff now joins in the planning board's recommendation, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm just trying to think, if I were someone watching at home, what would what might be in my head? one question that comes to mind is then if that's the case, why wasn't that the original recommendation of staff? Why take the what I'll kind of call sort of the half step and then only after consultation with the planning board decide, you know what, maybe we should get rid of that review, that discretionary review process altogether?
And it's a really good question. And one thing that I would say is that there's been many a times we've walked into a board meeting with an idea of what we should be presenting to the board. And I think knowing and being sensitive to the concerns that existed with all the work that was done, I think both us and the board agreed there's a lot of good work and the bones were there. All the development standards, a large chunk of the development standards were there. There was some fine tuning. I think when they had their discussion, which is the beauty of the planning board, because they're able to, as peers of others that are going through processes of land use development, they're able to look at the code and say, take a step back and say, okay, we understand as technicians what you're proposing, but what's the bigger picture from a land use standpoint that we're trying to accomplish? And the one thing that it triggered in our mind was, if we're here to address bulk and mass, what is being left on the table when it comes to the code that isn't really driving that intended goal, but is actually creating inconsistencies and ambiguity that's leading to one of the other goals of ours collectively, which is to make the process as clear and transparent to an applicant so that then they can build out their home and use it like anybody else, right? The enjoyment of their property. And I think that is, if there was anything to explain, is the reason that happened was by the very nature of what the planning board is tasked to do, and that is to take a collective and comprehensive view of land use, and where the staff doesn't go far enough to augment that, and where we go too far to also scale it back or throttle back before that goes to the council.
Okay, I really appreciate that explanation. And I have just one more question for you, and then I'm going to turn it back over to the mayor. Some of the callers tonight were asking about how other communities have, balanced these competing interests of trying to expedite the processing of these, smaller projects that people are trying to do, upgrades for their homes, adding in a pool, like the vice mayor said, versus these larger scale projects. So in coming to this recommendation and consultation with the planning board, what other communities did you look at? What other ideas did you look at to say, is this the very best work product that we can have for Burbank? Or is there some other way to go about doing things? Is it simply a matter of increasing staff, or I'd like a little bit more detail on your thought process behind it?
Yeah, and I think some of my colleagues might be able to add a little bit more, but I think on my end, we did look at the design review processes that cities like Pasadena and Glendale have in some aspects. I will say, depending on, what feedback you get, I think every planning department probably there's somebody out there with an opinion that we could do something better and faster. Staffing wise, I'll just say it, we're not staffed at the same level as the other departments, but where council has put money forth is in those areas where the intent is to have a direct benefit to the residents. So what you've put in place, funding-wise, is there both in the form of staffing, full-time staff, as well as consultants. But what I can tell you is the other component of the narrative is I looked at the consultants as almost kind of an independent third party to this process, and we had them go through our code, the code as it currently stands, and we had them process applications. And I will tell you, they've taken as long, if not longer, to process it, because we realized that the complexity of the code had them constantly coming back to planning staff, asking for clarity in what was intended with particular requirements. So to me, it's almost like a double cost, because we have the cost for paying the consultant, which, by the way, hourly rates are as people might be shocked, are not cheap. And what it really means is we're in essence paying out more money for consultants to do work because of the complexity of the code, which I think the bones are there, all the development standards are there, but adding the wrinkle of a special development permit and neighborhood checklist takes what would otherwise be streamlined review with objective standards and creates this kind of situation where a lever can be pulled and now it's discretionary, but it's a bit arbitrary. And I think that's what the board was trying to communicate in their recommendation, is that keep it very clear, keep it very focused, and if that's the case, then you can process applications in a much shorter time frame. So We looked at other cities around us, because in essence, that's the competition and what they do, and some of them are well known for their efforts. We also looked at our consultant team, and then we also looked at what's coming down from the state. The state is constantly narrowing in the guardrails on us when it comes to objective standards, and I anticipate it's actually quite a good point to have this discussion with the council about what are objective standards, because with things like SB 9 and other things like SB 35, we are going to have to make a strong push forward for more objective standards that reflect community wants, and so that we can enforce them if ever questioned by the state.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the thorough answers. That's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Springer. There you
Thank
go.
you. I'm going back to the ADUs. What is the maximum size allowed for an ADU and a junior ADU?
Maximum size for an ADU with a 2-bedroom is 1,000 square feet, with a 1-bedroom is 850 square feet, and maximum size of a junior ADU, which has to be attached to the main dwelling, is 500 square feet.
Okay, and so I'm just trying to understand, okay, the way it is now, somebody could have a lot and build a 3,000 square foot house at 0.35 FAR, and they can build a box, right? Because it's not subject to anything, but plus they could, would the FAR apply to the junior ADU and the ADU?
No, it will not.
Okay, so who has the advantage here then? Mom and dad and family who want to build the 500 square foot addition that took 2 years versus somebody who raises a single family house, builds a 3,000 square foot, less than 3,000 square foot box, an ADU and a junior ADU. Who is it the process easier for?
A person building a 2-story home under 0.35, 3,000 will not have to go through a discretionary approval process. So therefore it will be a faster process because they go through the plan check right away. And junior ADU and ADUs have a shop clock tied to them, and they'll have to be processed within 60 days after submittal of the application. Someone adding a 500 square feet that is going through a single family permit, that essentially takes anywhere between 12 to 14 months to get the planning entitlement, and then they are allowed to go through the plan check process.
Okay, thank you. So it's easier for somebody to do the first scenario, the way it is today, with the way the standards are and the ordinance is 3,000 square feet plus the ADU and the junior ADU. So it would be easier for somebody to build the 850 square foot house in their backyard and put the kids there instead of the addition.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Real quick, the new construction, that loophole that we're saying, for lack of a better term, we're fixing that loophole. Is that what we're trying to do with this? Can you show me where in the code that is put? Because I couldn't find it. Is it spread out? Is it one specific spot?
It's at a specific spot. It's under section 10-1-607C.
10-1-607C. Okay,
Can you note the exhibit page just so that the other council members can follow along too?
Attachment 254?
Sure, let me look at it. So
That's correct, Vice Mayor. It's a section that's going to be eliminated. So short is strikeout language. Right. Currently in our code, we do have, those are the quote unquote triggers that are listed for single family special development permit. And one of the exceptions is anything So as you can see, the language says anything that exceeds a 3.35 FAR is larger than 3,000 square feet is required to go through single family.
Okay.
So if it's less than 0.35, less than 3,000 square feet, you don't have to go through it.
Okay, so removing that gets rid of that loophole. But here's my other question, though. If we go back one page, section attachment 253, section B combined with section C, if we eliminate just B and C, would that not in effect remove the design review on its own?
If we open up attachment to Vice Mayor, could you repeat the page number?
Yeah, sorry, attachment 2-53. Basically one page before the other thing that we were just talking about.
Vice Mayor Anthony and Shipper, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what we did there is we note section B as section reserved and section C as section reserved. So the only reason we left those numbers in there is so that it wouldn't change all the numbering system to follow. So you're right, we're removing those, but we're just putting the section in there in caps to say it's a placeholder.
Right.
So, and it's just an issue of formatting. So removal of those, as you're correct, we're proposing, would just leave A, items 1 and 2, as it relates to the remaining discussion regarding hillside development permits.
Okay, so then let me ask this. If we, and there's a couple other pieces that are taken out, but basically under 10-1-607, if we only removed B and C, that would basically do two things. One, get rid of the design review, and two, get rid of that loophole. In essence, taking care of the major problem with what we're facing. Do we need to do any of the other revisions anywhere else in the code to make sure that just removing B and C get us those two eliminations, the design review and the loophole?
I will say this, Vice Mayor, as I mentioned in the question that was asked by Council Member Schultz, initially, to your point, I think the board said that. Just eliminate a single family and design review and call it a day. But what happened was when we went back through the code, there's references to design and special development in other areas. And so what you see in front of you is a culmination of a consistent and thorough review of the whole section of R1 to make sure that those other sections don't create issues. In particular, one example, and I think the planners can show us, is on the modulation requirement. Remember we mentioned that? That modulation, absent this, would now apply to all additions as well as new construction. And there was language tied to single family in the exceptions that didn't require modulation. So it's not as simple as just removing it here. You actually have to do what the planners did collectively, which is a thorough read and removal, surgical removal in the other areas, which are the red lines that you see noted in the document. And I don't know, Scott, if I'm accurately stating.
No, I can understand that. No, I know. And because code has to reference other sections, and I get that part. Okay, but basically for the majority of what I'm asking is that's the section that does review, and then C is the section that does that loophole. And that's basically what I'm looking for. Okay, I think I'm okay. I think I'm good for my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Springer.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. Back to the ADUs and the junior ADUs. So somebody could have an existing house and they have a 0.4 FAR, but they need an addition, because they need to add a bedroom. Which would be easier, to add the bedroom or to build the 850 square foot house in the backyard?
Someone with a 0.4 FAR will not be able to make additions to their home because they're maxed out their FAR. However, since ADUs are exempt, new ADUs are not subject to FAR, they would be able to build an 850 square feet ADU at the back.
Okay, thanks. So if they were at a 0.3 FAR now and they need to bring it up to a 0.4 FAR because they need a bedroom or two. Which is easier, to build the separate 850 square foot house in the backyard or the addition in terms of time and permitting?
Councilmember, the ADU would be easier because currently any addition that's subject to single family that is exceeding 500 square feet and is visible from the street would go through a planning entitlement process, which is the single family development review process, which is around 12 to 14 months. After which they'll have to wait for the appeal period to end, and then they'll be able to submit for a plan check process. Whereas they can just apply for an EDU, and there's a short clock attached to it, and we will have to review their plans with objective standards within 60 days.
If I may add, Councilmember Springer, just to be clear, I think her response to your point or your question is, if it's just an issue of time to process and the money, the ADU would be simpler. If it's putting in the factor of what the resident really wants to get out of the addition, whether it's an add-on of a nursery or an add-on of additional space within the house, where they don't want to do a separate structure or an ADU, then really that affects what they eventually submit. But if it's just an issue of just straight dollars and time, the requirements under the state of a 60-day shot clock and a very limited review, clearly is a difference in timing and completion of that process.
Oh, okay, thank you. The reason I ask is because I heard the story of somebody wanted to build the nursery, and by the time they got through the permitting process, the child was 2 years old. So I just am wondering about the opportunity for our families, for mom and dad, to do what they need to do for their families, and that they're not shut out of the process. Is there on SB 9? Is there an expedited time frame?
SB 9, the new statute that talks about second primary units and lot splits. There isn't a shot clock like there is in an ADU. We'd still have to review it. And not to show our cards, but we are going to be bringing something forward to you to consider for SB 9 at a later date. But where these two kind of converge is the discussion about objective development standards. Those would apply. So fixing it now would actually put us a step ahead when it comes to objective standards to consider with other requirements from the state on an SB 9 set of regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Is that all, Councilmember Springer?
Yes, that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Council members, anybody else? I've got a couple of questions. The outreach was discussed already. And there were a couple of public hearings or meetings before the board, planning board. And then this one is also another public meeting. People are complaining that I didn't know about this. I didn't hear about it till yesterday. How do you respond to something like that?
Thank you, Mayor. I can start, Fred. So we did noticing for this proposed ZTA for the regulations specified in Burbank Municipal Code, and this is what we do for every project, for any project of this magnitude. So having said that, the notices were sent out to the newspaper in a timely manner, 10 days prior to the hearing. And in addition to that, we are not required to do this per the code, but we did reach out to all the applicants undergoing the discretionary review process, letting them know that the city is proposing these changes. And then there were other applicants because the news travels, the other planners have been in contact with, and they also have been updated as and when they call the planners during their counter day about the proposed changes. So we did everything per the code. So I'm not sure why some of the callers there had issues with that.
Mayor, if I may add, I think to your question, all three notices that were in the paper, correct me if I'm wrong, Shipper, were in the LA Times. So they were in a paper of general circulation. It was made available. It was on our website. and the notices were also posted on the notice of the website. And especially for council, we usually have to complete that effort to prepare everything, both so that council has enough time to review the documents, but also with more lead time than even we typically provide for like planning board staff reports. So I think from staff standpoint, we did a robust public notification process. And as I mentioned, the distinction being that this is an amendment to the zone text amendment where in our eyes, the majority of the development standards are being kept. Those were considered and vetted through a process that's established with a body that you appoint, the planning board, whose expertise is to look at these types of issues and zone text amendments and then make a recommendation to the council. So I think we feel that we've done sufficient public notification and provided opportunities in a venue with decision makers that present where the public has opportunities to provide comments and provide differences of opinion from anything staff and or the board is considering doing at those meetings.
What was the final vote of the planning board before it came to us?
There was 4 board members in attendance and it was a 4-0 vote.
4-0 vote. Okay, council members, any other questions, comments before we move forward with this? Councilmember Springer.
Yes, quick question. Can a junior ADU be accessed from the main house through a door?
Yes, it can.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Anthony?
Just one last question. Since we adopted these standards, how many appeals to these permits have we had since, 2017? Last 5 years?
I don't have the data on that as of now, but we can definitely look back and collect the data and that information for you.
Yeah, can we have that for next week?
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Colleagues, any other comments, concerns? Okay. So I now declare the hearing closed. We will continue the deliberations to next week so we can have a full council to deliberate on this issue. Okay. Thank you. All right, moving on. Reports to council. There are 4 reports to council this evening. The first report is an update on water supply reliability projects and proposals. Mr. Richard Wilson, Assistant General Manager in the Water Division, please present the report.
Good evening, all. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Talamantes and council members. My name is Richard Wilson. I'm the Assistant General Manager for Water Systems at Burbank Water and Power. Several months ago, you requested an update on our water supply reliability and water supply projects. Tonight, I will provide that overview, and in doing so, we'll describe how we get our water, which is fundamental to understanding the water supply and reliability issues. I will begin with a few facts. And my page down isn't working here. Hold on a second. There we go. Burbank used to pump naturally occurring water from the ground. That ended when Los Angeles and the city of San Fernando went to court over the question of who has the water rights in the San Fernando groundwater basin. The court decided in its judgment dated January 26, 1979, that Los Angeles has what are called Pueblo rights, dating back to the Spanish Pueblo de Los Angeles, that the Pueblo right is a prior and paramount right to the surface waters of the Los Angeles River and the native groundwater in the San Fernando Basin. The judgment affected Burbank and other cities. Therefore, we do not have water rights. The judgment did allow for several things, however. First, it gave Burbank the right to purchase up to 4,200 acre-feet of water each year from the city of Los Angeles. Second, it recognized that much of the imported water purchased by Burbank goes back into the ground, as is the case when a resident waters their lawn. And the court gave us credit for that. It is called an import return credit, and it allows Burbank to claim 20% of all the water that we sell as a credit. In other words, we can pump that amount out of the ground for our use. Additionally, we can purchase untreated water and store it in the ground. We are only allowed to pump the amount of water out of the ground that we buy or get as an import return credit. Burbank purchases both treated and untreated water from the Metropolitan Water District. Untreated water comes from the San Francisco Bay Delta via the State Water Project and makes a 400-mile journey to get here. We put that water into the ground for storage at what are called spreading grounds, where it makes its way into the basin. This water accounts for approximately 75% of the water that we purchase. The spreading grounds are located in Sylmar. We use either the Pacoima or Lopez spreading grounds, and we use approximately 7,000 acre-feet a year, and we need that water to maintain our groundwater inventory. During the latter half of the last century, the Lockheed Aircraft plant contaminated the San Fernando groundwater basin with chemicals used in its operation. The location of the plant became a Superfund site, and under the direction of the EPA, the groundwater is being remediated by the Lockheed Martin Corporation through the operation of the Burbank Operable Unit, or BOU. This plant treats the water that we have stored in the ground. The water is removed by 8 pumps that are located along Van Owen Avenue. Not sure how to get rid of this. Here we go, down here. So I've mentioned that we purchase water for spreading. We get an import return credit, and we also purchase treated water and can buy up to 4,200 acre-feet of groundwater from the city of Los Angeles. So who keeps track of what is going into and out of the groundwater basin? Well, the judgment that I referred to earlier mandated that a court-appointed person oversee this. That person is called the water master. They oversee what goes in and out of the basin. They basically keep the official account of how much water is stored, used, or transferred within the basin. So again, Burbank does not have its own water supply. What we have is what we purchase from MWD, and therefore, Burbank does not have its own water supply projects. We have to maximize what we already have. Let's look at our water use for a moment. We do not have our own supply of water. We buy it all from MWD. Therefore, we do not have many projects that will increase our supply. Our only real water supply project would be to maximize the use of our recycled water by using advanced treatment processes to either store it in the ground, and by the way, once we put it in the ground, it would be our water, since we purchased the water from which it was recycled. Or we could purify the recycled water for potable use. Other than maximizing our recycled water, we don't have any water supply projects. So how will we increase our supply by 5,605 acre-feet to meet our projected demand in 2045? Our increase in supply will be provided by MWD. I should note that in 1928, Burbank was a founding member of the Metropolitan Water District, and in those 94 years, our water supply needs have always been met by MWD. This table shows water supply projects currently under development and total over 440,000 acre-feet that is estimated to be available in 2030. An acre-foot of water is approximately the amount of water that would cover a football field 1 foot deep. This slide lists other projects that are at the conceptual stage or are undergoing environmental review and could produce 358,000 acre-feet of water. Of course, all this water will not be used by Burbank, but it benefits MWD's service area by making more of the water available that we import into the region via the State Water Project and the Colorado River to share among all the member agencies. Every 5 years, all member agencies and MWD must submit to the state of California an urban water management plan that outlines system demands, which include population estimates and system supplies, including scenarios for single-year and multi-year droughts, water loss, and planned uses of recycled water. The Urban Water Master Plan evaluates these factors in 5-year increments over the next 20 years. MWD's Urban Water Master Plan, with input from all 26 member agencies, including Burbank, shows that there are available supplies to meet the combined demands of all agencies through 2045. Burbank's Urban Water Master Plan included the assumption of the new buildings and housing units planned for Burbank. These new units will be built with low-flow toilets and other conservation tools that will help Burbank meet its per capita water use goals. Even with the new units, our water supply is adequate at least through 2045. The water reliability assessments use 96 years of historic hydrology. I also provided a narrative in your presentation packet that responds to community concerns about the impact of new developments on water supplies and, in particular, the drought. To summarize this page, MWD can meet Burbank's projected water increase of 5,605 acre-feet over the next 30 years. There's an additional 440,000 acre-feet of supplies available to MWD's service area within 8 years from projects under construction. 358,000 acre-feet of supplies from conceptual level or CEQA stage projects by MWD member agencies. And also, as I stated, new housing projects are the most water efficient units. Single-family homes use the most water. Moving forward, conservation is and will be a way of life, and we cannot conserve our way out of climate change. Continued funding and development of regional water supplies, like I've just mentioned, is critical. Moving forward, we met with our legislators yesterday during the California Municipal Utilities Association event called Capitol Days. The purpose was to discuss their legislative agenda where there is much alignment with your goals of sustainability. We talked about the importance of maximizing recycled water, which is a community resource, and pushed for more investment in desalination. We also discussed building pipelines from water-rich regions to California, and climate change provides the momentum needed to bring forward this idea into the conversation. Moving forward in the long term, we have to maximize what we already have, and that's recycled water through indirect potable reuse or direct potable reuse. And we also need to bring bold thinking that's needed to deliver new ideas. We need more seawater desalination, and we want to discuss further and bring it into the conversation, pipelines from water-rich region. That's all I have for you tonight, and I'm more than happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you for the report. Colleagues, any questions, comments? Councilmember Springer?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Wilson, for your report. Do we have an idea of the difference in the environmental impacts of desalination versus like a pipeline, say from the Pacific Northwest or the coast of Alaska? And so the environmental impacts, but plus the difference in cost.
Yeah, they're going to be quite different. Obviously, with a pipeline, there's also kinds of right-of-way issues. You have to buy property. You have to look at the fauna and also the impact to the animals that live in the area, how to bring in all of the equipment to certain areas. So they both have different environmental needs that have to be addressed. They're very much different, but both of which are fairly known. We build pipelines all the time. Desalinization is something that's occurring now, but that has its own share of environmental problems as well. It's kind of like apples and oranges when it comes to the different environmental concerns, because they're fundamentally different types of projects.
What would be the timing? I mean, are those something we should start working on now?
Well, desalinization is already in the works, but I think we need more of it. We have an ocean just a few miles away from us. We're on the coast. So, having the ability to be able to build more of that and having the funding to be able to do that, I think is key. As far as pipelines go, we have pipelines that run across the country. We have gas pipelines deliver gas from different areas of the country. With climate change and the uncertainty surrounding climate change, it's certainly worth a look. There have been pre-feasibility studies before. In fact, in the Arizona governor's State of the State address just a few weeks ago, he is proposing basically both of the things that we just talked about. Desalinization of water from the Sea of Cortez with a pipeline to bring it into Arizona. So very, very interesting. This is an idea that's gaining traction, and I think it's something that we need to inject into the discourse of water supply issues and build on it. But it's costly. There's no doubt that it isn't costly, but that doesn't mean it's not feasible, and that doesn't mean that we shouldn't move forward and get a better idea of the costs and the environmental concerns that we would have to address. We'd have to have a pipeline alignment. There could be several different pipeline alignments that would affect the CEQA analysis. So, there's a lot of work that has to be done, but we need to begin that conversation now. And if we have an area that's rich in water, let's see what we can do to get it here.
Thank you. That's all, Mayor Talamantes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Anthony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Wilson. Okay, so first you said desalination, then you said desalinization, and I heard it both ways. So, which is it, man?
I'm going to say it's both.
All right. Now I'm just more confused. Okay, so let me ask you this. The MWD, the Metropolitan Water District, who else gets their water from these guys?
From the Metropolitan Water District?
Yeah, who's all the cities that get water from them?
So there's 26. Let's see, I don't know that I can name all 26, but there's...
Is it all LA County? Is it part of...
It's LA County. It's also San Diego County. So there's the Metropolitan Water District of the MODOC. There's forget what it's. So it's Orange County Water District. There's San Diego. There's Glendale. There's Pasadena. There's Los Angeles.
Okay, so and we buy our treated and untreated water from them.
Correct.
If we buy more water in a given year, does that mean there's less water for everyone else to buy? Is there a limit? In a manner
of speaking, yes. I mean, there's a certain amount that comes from the State Water Project and the Colorado River Aqueduct. But see, we provide our planning needs to Metropolitan so that they know what to plan for. And
what I'm asking is, if everybody in those 22 cities or whatever plans for more in a year, how does the MWD adjust for that? Do they turn the tap on longer?
Well, the slide that I showed you with these regional water supply projects, that's how you do it.
Right, but to put a project so they have to plan for it ahead of time.
Correct.
I'm saying they can't like year to year adjust their numbers. They need long-term planning.
They for long-term planning, sure, they have to look at what our long-term needs are. But year to year, it depends on the water year, the hydrology. It depends on the Department of Water Resources and what their percent allocation is going to be from the State Water Project, for example. And then conservation, of course, is always key. Conservation is, low-hanging fruit in terms of the ability to be able to get through a period where we might not have more water coming through the State Water Project in a given year, for example. But it's that combined with new supplies. It's combined with recycled water. Groundwater banking programs is a way to get water when it's available, stored in the ground, and then pull it back out again. So MWD looks at their supplies and their needs, and they have different programs in which they can store the water so that when it's not available, they can deliver it. And a good part of what they fund, and they call them demand management programs, are these sort of projects that we've talked about, which would be recycled water projects, desalinization, or desalination if you prefer.
I don't prefer.
There's groundwater replenishment projects. I'm looking at a big long list here.
Okay. Well, here's my question then. So we've got all this stuff, and they've got to plan for it, and they got to do all this. They're moving numbers around and looking into the future. One of the things that I keep getting complaints about from residents is that if we continue to build, we're not going to have enough water. And my question to you is, we're sharing MWD with 20, maybe even 30 million other people. Are a 10 or 15% increase to a city of 100,000 people like us, is that even going to put a dent in the MWD? I mean, if LA is continuing to build construction, if there's homes going up all over San Diego, Orange County is just building suburbs like it's going out of style. Is there a point where we can look at our construction and go, oh, well, hey, we built too much, we're out of water? Like, is that even
we're not there yet. Our water needs are, and I had on the slide, I think it was 5,600 acre feet. If you look at, I don't know if I should put the slide back up. You have it in your packet.
Yeah, if you want to put it up, that'd be fine, so I can show the people at home.
Sure. The Burbank's current and future potable water use. Mm-hmm. See, in 2021, we're 16,400 acre feet. And in 2045, we'll be just a little over 22,000. That's an increase of 5,600 acre feet. Okay. The projects that we're looking at for Metropolitan, 440,000 acre feet. That's supply projects under development. And also we have conceptual level and CEQA phase projects, another almost 362,000 acre feet. So the numbers that we're talking about is really a drop in the bucket when you compare it with the available supplies that are coming online, and those supplies are taken, or those numbers are taken from MWD's Urban Water Management Plan. They have tables in that plan that show those numbers, and that's how they're able to say that in one of the items in your packet, one of the attachments was the executive summary from their Urban Water Management Plan, which states, and I can just read it here for you, but it basically says under single and multi-year droughts, they have enough demand, or they have enough capabilities to meet expected demands from 2025 through 2045. And that's under a single dry year and also under multi-year droughts. I think it's a 5 consecutive water years, a drought for 5 years. So all that is built into the planning, and in their Urban Water Management Plan, they cite these projects that are listed, which are developing these supplies, which will get us through this period. And like I said, all the member agencies have provided their urban water management plans with the projected growth and development in them. MWD takes all of that growth and all of that development that each member agency is planning, and they wrap that into their urban water management plan. They compare those demands with their supplies. So the answer to your question is yes, there is enough water. We have not overbuilt. We have plenty of water to supply our development.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add something, and Mr. Wilson may want to follow up. Residents also often suggest that we should limit development so that we can save the water for existing residential use. But the ability to restrict water usage is actually very structured under the water code. And so a water purveyor's ability to shut off new connections requires first that a water emergency be declared where all existing users are subject to severe conservation measures before you can deny water to new people. So to elaborate on the planning side, it sounds like our Mr. Wilson and our water folks have done a really good job of planning and working with Metropolitan Water District to make sure there's adequate supplies. The inverse of that is you can't start denying connection permits unless you have both declared an emergency and subjected your existing residents to conservation measures that I don't think have been put in place in the 16 years I've been here.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. McDougall.
The last thing I would say is, I know we talked about, I mean, everyone knows a single family home with a yard is always going to use more water than a multi-family, apartment, which maybe has a couple shrubs in the front. We know that. I get it. And it's about, mass and size and green space. What is the process for, what is the benefit for changing over our public spaces, green spaces, and large corporate property owners to recycled or gray water? How does that compare to, say, getting our single family homes to, say, convert their lawns or whatever?
Well, if we use recycled water to water our lawns, then we have more potable water to serve our customers. And the recycled water is basically the water that we've already purchased that we've recycled again. So it's an added benefit to the community that we have this water that we can use for lawns and not have to use drinking water in order to do that.
Just real quick, Mr. City Manager, if you're on, or Don, actually, see the head of BWP is here. Do we have a system that we're using now to get our large corporate partners involved in recycled water and gray water usage for their green space?
You're on mute, Don.
Every meeting, you'd think I would have this by now. So yes, Don Rothlandell, General Manager of Burbank Water and Power. And we actually work directly with developers on who are reasonably close to our current recycled water system, and we partner with them to further build that out to meet their construction needs and then to meet their watering needs beyond. Mr. Wilson has been instrumental in furthering the Burbank Water and Power recycling system and can probably talk to this much better than I can.
Great, thank you. Last question, Don. Desalination or desalinization?
I always go for the least number of syllables, so I would say desalination.
All right, thank you. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate everybody.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Anyone else? Any questions, concerns? I've got one in regards to recycled water. Will we ever use 100% of our recycled water? And I see, people mention to me, and I see it, some of the water's going into the river, right? It's, I believe we're selling some of our recycled water to Los Angeles as well.
Correct. Correct. We sell, we exchange about 50 acre feet a year of recycled water for groundwater credits. So technically speaking, yes, we could recycle all of our water to Burbank's benefit. But, Mr. McDougall might want to chime in here because there are some legal issues involved regarding the water that we put into the LA River and how much we can put in it in the future. So, Mr. McDougall, I don't know if you would want to add to that issue.
Sure. We're in active litigation on our very discharge permits from our water plant. And the argument is made on both sides that we should be forced. So Burbank was successful in changing the point of use of some of the recycled water to increase the amount we deliver to our businesses and residents. Businesses primarily, because I don't think we have any residential customers for recycled water. That permit was challenged, and Burbank did get that permit sustained. But there are groups both arguing that the remainder of our recycled water and Los Angeles recycled water should stay in the river for beneficial river uses. There are likewise other groups that are suing to say that putting the recycled water, which is pretty close to purified, we're basically waiting for standards to be able to use it in more ways, but that it's a waste to put it into the Los Angeles River. And so Burbank is doing its utmost to use the resource it has while the fight over where it can go plays out. And so the state is both, they sit in reviewing our permits. They also are developing standards for direct potable reuse. And our other local agencies are actively finding new purposes for their recycled water. So ultimately, this will come to head because Los Angeles wants to take 10-fold, 100-fold more times recycled water and percolate it in the very same spreading grounds that we're spreading met water. So these are huge projects, which Richard has talked about on different occasions, projects like Orange County's doing to replenish groundwater with recycled water. But that is a legal battle over where should the beneficial use of that water go. And there's river advocates and there's returning water to domestic reuse advocates, and we're caught in the middle. Our permits are caught in the middle.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions, colleagues? The recommendation is to note and file.
Mr. Mayor, I had just a quick question.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Wilson, thank you very much. Really thorough presentation. I didn't really have many questions except for one, and I'm talking about what was mentioned both on the report and on the last slide, the long-term strategies moving forward. Now, I know that the two strategies that were discussed tonight were water desalination. I hope I said it right. If not,
I looked it up. It's desalination. It's correct. And Don was
so
very
I'm right, and the vice mayor is wrong. That's fantastic.
Don was very kind in telling me that I'm saying it wrong. So.
All right. Okay. So we have water desalination.
Mr. Vice Mayor, you're out. You're out.
So we had that, and then we had using pipelines to import from water-rich areas. So to me, without fully revealing my cards, it seems like one is perhaps better than the other solution. So my question to kind of strike at the heart of that is, are you aware of any environmental concerns that have been raised about water desalination projects?
Not any specific concerns. I know that the concerns would be project by project. It could be depend on, where the specific project is sited and, the impacts to that specific area. And I'm not an expert on desalination. I can't even say it right. So, I'm not an expert on that, but I know that it's largely going to be dependent on where it's located and what the impact is to the environment there.
And absolutely. And
I would
unfortunately, we don't.
I'm sorry. I would just add, because it's desalination, you're taking the salt out. So I'm not sure what the magnitude is. As Mr. Wilson says, it would depend upon, but you've got increased salinity. And the marine environment but Santa Barbara's had a plant for some time. that I think went private, and then they tried to buy it back in the next drought cycle. I'm not sure if San Diego's operating one. There have been as many as 20 proposals statewide in the last 2 drought cycles, and I think everyone shelves them. They're very expensive just to permit, much less construct. But I think it primarily has to do with increased salinity in the marine environment. But as to magnitude, I have no idea.
Thank you very much, Mr. McDougall. That's exactly what I was striking at. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. You know, that brings up just a thought in mind. I'd love to be part of listen to the conversation in the 1920s when the city of Burbank council and staff were thinking about getting the water from 400 miles away. Are you crazy? But back then they made the decision, and I'm sure it was very costly at the time, but it has served us right for all those years. So I'm glad those guys.
Mr. Mayor, have you ever seen the movie Chinatown with Jack Nicholson?
Oh, yeah. Take a look at that, huh? Yeah. Anyway, so there's any other comments? Let's move forward with this is a note on file. All those in favor? Great, thank you. Unanimous. All right, next item is the next report is a review of Burbank Municipal Code Section 5-3-801, license to sell firearms at retail. Ms. Carol Ann Coates, Building Administration Manager, and Burbank Police Lieutenant Losaco, please present the report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor Anthony, members of the City Council. I'm Carol Ann Coates from the Community Development Department, and I'm presenting a report tonight on licenses to sell firearms at retail. Staff recommendations tonight is to note and file and to provide direction to staff, if any, on further review of Burbank Municipal Code Section 5-3-801 and/or existing firearms licensing processes. At the October 12, 2021 City Council meeting, Vice Mayor Anthony requested a report on the steps required to become a licensed firearm dealer, how many firearms businesses operate within the city, and the time that each of those businesses have been in operation. After receipt of the written report at the December 14th meeting, Vice Mayor Anthony introduced an additional agenda item for council discussion regarding Burbank Municipal Code 5-3-801, license to sell firearms at retail. And that section, along with BMC Section 3-4-111, firearms dealers, govern the sale of firearms in Burbank. Federal and state laws also provide specific regulations on sale and possession of firearms. State laws are found in the California Penal Code, and federal regulations are found in the Gun Control Act. The code section numbers are listed in the staff report. BMC regulations require any person engaging in the business of selling, transferring, or renting pistols, revolvers, or other firearms capable of being concealed shall obtain the city's license. Businesses that sell ammunition only are not required to obtain a firearms dealer license, but are required to register for a business tax account. Applicants for a license provide us a copy of their certificate of eligibility from the California Department of Justice, copy of their federal firearms license from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, their seller's permit from the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. They must submit copies of fingerprints through a live scan application, which is reviewed by the police department for any disqualifying criminal convictions. Once the background check has been completed, the application will be approved, provided the use is permissible in that zone. Licensees must renew their licenses annually. The renewal fee is based on 1% of gross receipts, or a minimum of $286.45 currently, whichever is greater. The city currently has a total of 14 licensed locations for the sale of firearms. 12 are retail locations and 2 are home occupations. The number of authorized dealers has remained relatively constant over the past 5 years, ranging from 10 to 14. The average age of the businesses is 12 years, with 4 dealers being in business for 27 years and 2 new stores receiving licenses in 2021. A chart in the staff report lists each firearm dealer along with the date of their initial license. In surrounding cities, the city of Glendale has 8 dealers, Pasadena has 4, and Los Angeles has 38. In conclusion, the police department and the community development department have not identified any concerns or issues regarding existing BMC requirements. Staff recommends council note and file the report and provide direction to staff, if any, regarding the review of the BMC or existing firearms licensing processes. This concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer your questions. And Lieutenant Claudio Osako is available also to answer questions for the police department.
Lieutenant, you want to say a few words?
Sure.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. The Burbank Police Department, as Ms. Coates stated, receives an application from their department. The role of the police department is to look through the life scan, to look through the background and make sure there's no disqualifying issues on the applicant's record. Once we look through that, it goes to the chief's office, he signs off on it, and it goes back to License and Code, and they issue the license if appropriate. By the time, generally speaking, by the time the license applicant gets to us, there really are no issues with that. We look through it and verify that that's the case.
Great.
I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Excellent, thank you. Vice Mayor Anthony, this is your agenda item. You want to start the discussion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real quick, Ms. Coates, could you give me the numbers again for Glendale, Pasadena, and LA?
Yes, Glendale has 8 dealers, Pasadena has 4, and Los Angeles has 38.
Okay. So I'll say this. I think the discussion started because a lot of folks were coming to me saying we have too many gun stores, and I couldn't verify that, right? I didn't have any hard numbers, but it looks like we have more than Glendale, and we're a smaller city, and we have about a third as many as LA. In a state, there's 4 million people in Los Angeles. We have, just under half as many sellers. So it seems just on its surface that there's a lot, but in talking to folks, it wasn't really the total number that they were concerned about. It was the placement. I get complaints not from, the ones that are in off the beaten path kind of places. It's mostly people on walks, people near residences, people near schools, right? Taking their kids around. And so what I'd like to do, if council would join me in asking for direction, giving direction, is to just have city staff come back with basically a review of what other cities have done in creating zoning regulations. I don't want to get into any federal or state law, but just some zoning stuff about, like there's a number of cities I've seen that have sensitive use barriers, 150 feet from a school, 300 feet from residences, that kind of thing. And then included with that, which of our businesses would be affected if there's a legal precedent for the city being liable for relocation fees, relocation assistance if a business is in that area, and then possibly moving forward with just a moratorium on issuing new licenses until this ordinance can be sussed out, and then move forward from there. I'd just like to see if city staff can come back with that stuff.
Let me have Councilmember Schultz weigh in.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And Vice Mayor, thank you for raising what I think is a really important issue. I've heard a lot of similar concerns from our constituents. And one of the stats that, I hear from many, many sources all the time is that if you look at the year 2020, for example, it was the most violent year on record in terms of gun fatalities, according to the CDC. So I get where you're coming from, and I'm right there with you. Now, I've gotten the emails like I think we all have, and so I was very eager to hear what the proposal was tonight. If it really is just have staff do more diligent research, then that's something I'm absolutely on board about. And I just want to give a quick explanation why. So, and I'll say this all with the caveat that I'm speaking as a colleague, not as our city attorney. Our top lawyer is on the call, and he's the one who can give us the valid legal advice. But our office at Department of Justice defends the state's gun control laws. So I do have at least some personal working knowledge of this area. And where it gets really tricky is that, there's always going to be some heightened standard of review when you're involving any sort of control that encumbers a constitutional right. So the court's always going to look at what is the problem that you're trying to solve generally, and is it substantially related or narrowly tailored, if you will, to solving that problem. So, if staff's going to do more workup, the kinds of things I would be curious to know is, what specific problem relates to our gun stores? For example, are there statistics about the number of guns purchased at Burbank gun stores that were involved in the commission of violent crimes in the county of Los Angeles? Are there higher crime rates at or near those gun stores? And I see the chief on the line, and that may not be statistical data that we have. But my point is I think those are the kinds of questions we need to find answers to, because ultimately, if it gets challenged, and the NRA and their California affiliate do it all the time. In fact, I was talking with the city attorney last week, I think, about the city of San Jose's recent ordinance to impose a requirement of insurance carrying for everyone who owns a gun. Same day, they filed a suit. The important thing is the burden is on us. They don't need to do anything more than file the suit. We have to demonstrate all of that. So my whole point here is I really think I'm with you in spirit, and I think it's really important that we do our due diligence and answer all of these questions, and most importantly, craft a solution that actually solves the problem if there is one in Burbank. So I just wanted to add my 2 cents to that, but I'm supportive of giving that direction to staff. And thank you for bringing it up, Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor Anthony, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So I think one of the things I would like to see is city ordinances where zoning has been changed and challenged in court and upheld. Because the last thing I would like to do is create some new field here that somebody's going to test a court challenge on. Because then that doesn't help anybody, because it's going to be litigated, it's going to be spent forever. So in doing that research, please bring back, what's already been done. I don't want to jump out into new waters on this one.
Well, let's just keep in mind, this is the first step.
Right.
So,
Mr. Mayor, I'm prepared to address some of these questions, but I wanted to hear from all the council members.
Let me just ask one question, Ms. Coach. Do we have a restriction on how close or how often or square feet is in regards to liquor stores?
That's not my
That's not your
area. I
So,
would
did
have
that
to
come down from the
research that
state?
for you.
Because I remember several years ago, we were looking at a liquor store that was being built here, and at the end of the block, there was already one, and they said, it's too close. Go ahead.
Yes,
Our city
Mr. Mayor, there are, those are called, so there's a difference between on-site, on sale for like restaurants. There are fewer restrictions. COVID is a bit of an exception with the COVID carry-away service, but off-sale licenses for liquor stores and supermarkets, they do a concentration analysis that largely came from overconcentration in urban areas. It's a statewide analysis, and there are findings that have to be made if you have an excessive number as determined by census district, by census tract, where you make a public necessity finding, which is done under those circumstances and under the framework that's set by the ABC.
I'm sorry to deviate, but you want to go focus on the questions or comments that were being made earlier? by the vice
Yeah, I
mayor?
can either jump in now or wait till all the council, I see
Let's see,
Councilmember Springer.
Councilmember Springer, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. This was at council, like after the Parkland shooting? Was it not? It's been here before. And then we had 12 gun shops and now we have 14. And so I thought we were going to cap them in some way through zoning. And I know there were legal issues then and I remember a threat of a lawsuit, right? But can we cap them in our zoning legally? And so that we limit gun shops and then we lose some through attrition? Do we have data on how many we've lost? Do we get them and then they just stay forever? Do they go out of business? What's the attrition rate of a gun shop? And what are gun shops per capita? Like, I know we have 4 in Pasadena, 8 in Glendale, and 38 in LA, but do we not have more than our fair share, per capita? So can we legally cap the gun shops? And as they go out of business, as we lose some through attrition, can we have a target? Is it legal to do that? Just anywhere in the city?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
are you ready for me to answer?
please.
Okay. So one of the most recent cases in buffer zones or zoning distance limitations is a California case. It's Ninth Circuit. It's, I believe the pronunciation is Tezera versus City of Alameda. They upheld a 500-foot distance limitation. Alameda already had 10 gun stores countywide, and they found that the zoning limitation did not interfere with individuals' ability to exercise their Second Amendment. So that's how the analysis works. Whether a regulation interferes with an individual's ability to exercise their Second Amendment. So in many respects, Burbank has 14 stores. So under the Tezera analysis, presumably there'd be some buffer where people would not be inhibited from exercising their Second Amendment, which isn't, by the way, just the gun stores. It's the gun stores, it's the ammunition, it's the ability to store it in a way where it's useful to the homeowner for self-defense, and it's the ability to go receive training and use the firearm at, say, a shooting range to maintain proficiency. There's court cases on every single one of these. San Francisco lost the case on restricting ammunition. Chicago lost 2 cases on preventing shooting ranges. Alameda won the case on zoning buffers. So all of these different, so to update you, on the 25th, the city of San Jose enacted this very novel insurance mandate and license fee and staff administrative processing recoupment fees. And the lawsuit was filed the same day. It's a very well articulated lawsuit that targets no less than 5 constitutional rights and a challenge to the charter, because the city proposed to have the gun dealers pay the money to a nonprofit that was anti-gun violence, forcing them to compelled speech and violating the charter provision that says fees levied by the council must be paid into the treasury. And so these groups are prepared. These groups are probably watching now, and they're going to want to hear answers to the questions that Councilmember Schultz asked. Number one, what's the problem? So there are 14 in the staff report. There are 14 businesses licensed in Burbank. So I think that is surely, based upon the case law, an adequate number for Burbank's population and probably the area around us. What the courts have done in the Chicago case, Chicago said you can go to a suburb to maintain your proficiency. And the court said that's like telling people they can have free speech rights if they go 10 miles down the road. It doesn't work that way. It's a constitutional right. So we have to protect that constitutional right. And I think it's protected in Burbank. And I think some limitation could be enforceable. But what we will run up to immediately is that I don't believe for any business that's on Magnolia that any buffer larger than 15 feet would allow that business to stay, because most of those businesses back up immediately to a residential zone, either R2 or R1, the entire distance of Magnolia. In which case now it's the Fifth Amendment takings clause, where immediately you have put a timeline on their business, and who knows what their investment expectations are. But some of these businesses, according to the staff report, have been here almost 30 years. So they have some expectation that they would be able to continue to operate under our laws. And I would imagine even some of the shortest buffers, I said Alameda was 500 feet. I don't know what land that leaves left in Burbank if you take all the residential zones, all the childcare, all the schools. Within the last 10 years, we did some buffer zone analysis. I can't remember what the use was, but it starts limiting severely where a business can go in town. That's the analysis we would need to do. We'd want to make sure there was some adequate number of sites available. And then we'd be talking about amortizing these businesses out. And we'd have to look at what's their expected return, or the city would have to buy those businesses. And I don't know what the value would be. That would be highly speculative. That's the framework we would have to go into. So where we want to start is, what's the problem? And it can't be that there's gun stores, because the Constitution protects gun stores in a way that they ensure individuals can exercise their Second Amendment. So it's going to be an involved analysis to articulate a problem, identify the evidence that supports that problem, and Councilmember Schultz raised a couple. Are our gun stores the subject of crime? Higher, say, shoplifting or theft than our other retail businesses? Are they the source of crime? In other words, are their guns somehow being used in crime more than other places? Is there crime around the businesses? So there's another First Amendment protected activity, which is adult business. And the way cities regulate adult businesses is to look at the negative secondary effects that come from those businesses, which are dealing of drugs, illegal prostitution, and decline in the neighborhood. So those are some things you'd want to look at. Are those things happening? Are those circumstances present around these 14 gun stores? And I don't think we have that evidence, but you'd want to march through that analysis. So we articulate a problem, we look at the evidence, and then when we draft a regulatory ordinance, it would naturally flow that there's a problem, the evidence supports that there's a problem, and there's a solution that's crafted that solves that problem. And so we'd want it to fit together that way, and we'd have to be mindful of what it's doing to the existing industry if the evidence doesn't point to any particular businesses as being some kind of a nuisance or causing criminal conduct or spike in crime or some other circumstance like that.
Mr. McDougall, how about if we just approach it from the standpoint of, we don't want any more than 14 stores? The 14 that are here by right, so to speak. But we don't want any more in the city of Burbank. Can we put a cap on that?
We can look into that. I think the numbers, in terms of how you regulate, in the Tazera case, which I think was a 2018 case, they found that 10 was enough for the county of Alameda. So you can't just, we wouldn't want to just say 14's enough. Some people think maybe that's too many, but they're already licensed. So
well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I know some people say, I want 0. I don't want any gun stores in the city of Burbank.
Yeah. That's clearly the national debate, and
Right.
and
So-
it's a debate
So
that
by going with the other extreme of capping it at 14, we don't want any more. Because these people, these businesses are already licensed. They've been here for like 30 years, some of them. And until we can pinpoint the fact that the guns that are coming from this particular store are being used countywide for crime purposes, and I don't even know how you get that, but the chief just says, no way. Anyway, I'm just looking from a different standpoint, different approach to it. But anyway, colleagues, Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one follow-up question for our city attorney, but it's really more maybe to guide staff in the additional research. If staff were to come back and say, so buffer zones are something that might be justified, but there's no way to craft an ordinance that wouldn't effectively close these businesses down. Wouldn't one option for the council be, wouldn't the choice be whether to sort of grandfather them in and say no additional businesses may open within that buffer zone? Or would we face only the one choice of, nope, if they're within the buffer zone, we have to use eminent domain, shut them down, and cash them out?
That's the process we use for billboards. They're unsightly. Sorry, I think I turned my mic off to talk. That's the process we use for billboards. They're prized real estate, but they're also unsightly. Cities regulate them, but they grandfather the older sites. So I don't think there's any tools that are off the table. I think there, many Washington, D.C. tried to regulate how homeowners could store their firearms, and that was found to essentially render the Second Amendment right useless. Chicago also the same thing with San Francisco. But I think the nature of the regulations, whether it's a license cap, whether it's a buffer zone that's, that we can support analytically, that grandfathers existing businesses, that might result in some attrition over time because you've established a valid buffer zone and the right exists in Burbank by virtue of the 14 businesses. That could be defensible. We'd want to look into that. So I think there's a number of tools that are probably available. And again, Burbank does not restrict. Burbank merely licenses the businesses and make sure that the licensees meet all the federal and state requirements. So I think we're starting from a good place to look at the problem, develop some solutions. Amortizing the businesses or grandfathering the businesses avoids the takings issue. And it could be that over time, the way that these businesses have cycled in and out, the city could get to its buffer zones and enforce the buffer zones for new businesses. And that might be a good approach to start to break down this issue.
Vice Mayor Anthony, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. McDougall, if we grandfather them in, is there still room for us to offer relocation fees instead of forcing them and simply see who takes?
Well, you're basically condemning their business.
Well, what I'm saying is if we also do the grandfathering, say you don't have to leave. This is just for future businesses. But then in addition to that, say, but if you'd like to move, here's an additional, like you said, buy them out, but not necessarily buy them out, give them a bonus for relocating. Like, is that still legal or is that compelling?
I don't think giving someone an incentive to move to comply with a buffer zone is illegal. That is, if the buffer zone survives, if the Second Amendment survives, in order for a commercial business to get the benefit of the Second Amendment, they have to have third-party standing for an individual that is able to demonstrate they were unable to exercise the Second Amendment. That happened to Ventura County. Also, they lost their case last month. Just 2 weeks ago, the case was McDougall versus Ventura County. No relation. But Ventura County, during the COVID lockdown, closed all gun stores, but left hardware stores and bicycle shops open as essential businesses. And the justification was to stem the spread of COVID. But later they let people pick up their firearms that they started purchasing before COVID by appointment only. And the court said, why couldn't you do that during the shutdown? And anyway, they were found to have violated the Second Amendment because one plaintiff was unable to purchase a firearm in the entire county. And the court said that was unconstitutional abridgment of the Second Amendment. So I think there's enough pieces, there's enough tested laws for us to pick some that have survived. The buffer zones have survived where there's an existing industry. There's an existing industry. But again, we'll want evidence about the problem. We'll want to look at, what's unique about these locations. And if the city comes up with a defensible buffer zone, I don't think there would be anything wrong with incentivizing businesses to relocate in the areas that are outside the buffer zones. That is, again, facilitating their ability to remain in business in Burbank. That would be more acceptable than simply shutting them down, essentially inversely condemning them.
Okay.
Councilmember Springer?
So, is there, in cities, they might be like Glendale, Brand Boulevard is kind of an auto center. You go and buy your car. If you don't like a car in this dealership, you just walk to the next one. So does that same thing, does anybody know, does that same thing happen with gun stores? So you go to this gun store and they don't have what you want. So you go a block away and get it. So that's what I'm concerned about, is we're going to be the gun capital of the world. The place where you can come get the gun. If this store doesn't have it, you go 2 blocks away, and we'll just get more and more of them if we don't do something.
I don't think there's any evidence that that's the case. Most of the stores are smaller stores. I think Big Five is probably your largest. Some of the other retailers in the state are Bass Pro Shop. There are very, very large stores throughout the state that are regional draws. Many of your stores on Magnolia Boulevard are no larger than a barbershop, probably barely larger than a barbershop. So I haven't seen any evidence. Staff may uncover that. I think there's just not enough to go on tonight to reach that conclusion.
Maybe the size of a barber shop, but they've got big warehouses. Anyway.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Schultz?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to try and bring us home and just say, listening to all of you, it seems to me like there's a consensus that, we hear our constituents and we do sense the need for action. It just seems to me like this is a good opportunity to have the city attorney's office, have BPD do the homework that they need to do, because at the end of the day, we wouldn't be doing our neighbors any service by passing an ordinance that ultimately ends in a lawsuit with a massive payout by the city. We want something that's constitutionally defensible, and I trust that staff can get that done. So with that, Mr. Vice Mayor, it was your agenda item at the beginning. So if you want to make a motion, I'd be willing.
That's where I was going with. I was going to go back to the Vice Mayor since it's his motion. He started the conversation. So how do you want to proceed?
Thank you. I'll ask, the city staff as city attorney, if we could move forward with bringing back some discussion points on the questions that we've raised, the issues that we're bringing forth. Nothing novel. I don't want to go out on a limb here. Bring back something defensible, bring back something that's worked, and that we can apply here in Burbank. Statistics that we can use, the answers to the questions that we're looking for, and we can have a more in-depth discussion.
Mr. McDougall?
Would that be a motion for a second step report that looks at, investigates the potential negative effects of gun stores and brings back possible regulatory framework, something like that?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Schultz? So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right. Vote.
Vice Mayor Anthony,
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes.
Yes.
Noting the absence of Councilmember Frutos.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming and giving the presentation. Okay, moving on to the next item. The third report is the introduction of an ordinance and adoption of a resolution of intention to authorize and approve an amendment to a contract between the City Council of the City of Burbank and the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System. What's a mouthful? To include additional employee contributions toward their pension for Burbank City Employees Association. Ms. Betsy McClintock, Management Services Director, please present the report. Welcome, Betsy.
Yes, good evening, Mayor. That's quite a mouthful for the long title. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. Again, I'm Betsy McClinton with the Management Services Department. So tonight, I'm here to request that the council introduce an ordinance and adopt a resolution of intention to approve an amendment to the city's contract with the California Public Employees Retirement System, also known as PERS. The intent of the PERS contract amendment under consideration this evening is to enable classic members of the Burbank City Employees Association, also known as BCEA, to pay additional contributions towards their pensions in compliance with the City Council's compensation policy. In January of 2018, the City Council adopted revisions to the city's financial policy regarding compensation so that the city and employees will evenly share the normal cost of employee pensions. Currently, employees who became members of PERS on or after January 1st, 2013, known as PEPRA employees, pay half of the normal cost of their pensions. However, employees who were hired prior to that date, known as classic employees, do not pay half the normal cost of their pension and instead currently pay the amount required by PERS law. The city's financial policies regarding all employees paying half the normal cost of their pension are beneficial because they eliminate inequity among employees with regard to pension contributions. They improve the city's 5-year financial forecast, and they also ensure the long-term financial stability of the city's pension plans. So staff has been working diligently to implement council's compensation policy ever since it was adopted. BCEA is the final employee group to go through the PERS contract amendment process. After this process is complete, all of our employees will be paying half of the normal cost. So in order for classic and BCEA employees to begin paying half the normal cost pursuant to the council's compensation policy, the city must amend its contract with PERS. Tonight is the first step in the amendment process. PERS requires that the City Council adopt a resolution declaring its intent to amend the contract and introduce an ordinance amending the contract. In about a month or so, staff will return to the City Council for final adoption of the ordinance. Finally, I do want to note that tonight's contract amendment does not change the pension benefit, but rather increases the amount classic BCEA employees are paying toward their pension. Therefore, there is no cost associated with the contract amendment, but rather the general fund will realize an annual savings of approximately $179,523 beginning next fiscal year 22-23. So with that, I recommend that the City Council introduce the proposed ordinance and adopt the proposed resolution. If completed, tonight's actions represent significant movement, actually the final movement towards fully implementing the council's policy that employees make additional contributions towards their pension. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Betsy. Are there any questions by my colleagues, or we can move on to the motion? Anyone? Vice Mayor Anthony?
Kind of a weird question. My copay went up $10. Is that part of this, or is that something that CalPERS is doing?
Vice Mayor Anthony, are you referring to your medical coverage? That's a separate
Okay.
issue.
That's a different office. That's a different Zoom meeting.
Okay, great. Because if it was, I was gonna ask you to Venmo me money, Ms. McClinton.
Right.
Councilmember Schultz.
Separate issue. Wish I had control over the medical rates. That would be great.
All right, great, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to make the motion.
Go ahead, please.
Oh, great. I move to adopt the staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Springer seconds. Further discussion? None? Vote, please.
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony,
Yes.
Mayor Talamontes,
Yes.
noting the absence of Councilmember Frutos.
Great, thank you.
Thank you all.
Moving on, item number 11, like we mentioned earlier in the meeting, review of board, commission, and committee member COVID-19 employee vaccination policy compliance is being moved forward till next week's meeting. So then, this is a time for brief council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments. Colleagues, who wants to start? Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. On Thursday, January 27th, I joined the Vice Mayor in attending the Valley Economic Alliance Board of Directors meeting. No reportable action from there. The following day, Friday, January 28th, I had a meeting with our assigned lobbyist with the Cal Cities Environmental Quality Policy Committee. It was really more of a briefing to get me up to speed in preparation of our first meeting, which will be this Friday. And I'll be happy to report back at our next council meeting about some of the great work that we start on at this Friday's meeting. Monday the 31st, I was with all of you for council goal setting. I thought it was a terrific exercise and really proud of our goals together. Thursday, February 3rd, I think nearly every one of us was at the SCAG Joint Policy Committee's meeting. No reportable action from there. Thursday, February 3rd, I was in attendance as the alternate at the Arroyo Verdugo Communities Joint Powers Authority meeting. I will leave it to Councilmember Springer to report out on that. On Monday the 7th, I had the honor of joining you, Mr. Mayor, in a brief meeting with the Governor's Office regional representatives, really just to talk about collaboration between the city and their office. I'll leave it to you to report anything out, but thank you again for the invitation, sir. And lastly, yesterday evening was the Sustainable Burbank Commission meeting, and there was a fantastic staff presentation from Mr. Berkman and Mr. Ann about the Senate Bill 1383 organic waste ordinance that will ultimately be coming to council. I won't talk about it any further, but I just thought that personally it was a really great primer for what we will be discussing in the months ahead. So if you feel like watching the meeting back on playback, I'd highly recommend it. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next, anyone? Councilmember Springer?
Thank you. I attended the senior board meeting and I met with some representatives from Climate Resolve. They wanted to speak to me about the BRT, the Bus Rapid Transit. Had a Zoom meeting with community member Patty Hollis, and we caught up on a lot of things. Attended the Advisory Council on Disabilities meeting, and they had a joint meeting with the Burbank Chamber of Commerce and restaurant owner Carrie Kroll. And I Zoomed a community garden steering committee meeting, and they have a proposed date of launching the community garden at Pass and Chandler, hopefully on Memorial Weekend. Attended Los Angeles County Commission on Local Governments, and our staff, Mr. Robert Newman and Mr. Marco Gonzalez, did an excellent job informing the commission on our homeless policy and our results and achievements there. Affordable Housing Subcommittee, I attended that. Domestic Violence Task Force. We're moving forward with an information card, front and back, about the size, maybe a little bit bigger than a business card, so that somebody can have the resources very discreetly that could possibly help them. SCAG Joint Policy Committee meeting, and along with Councilmember Schultz, the Arroyo Verdugo Communities Joint Powers Authority, and that is the JPA that oversees the Measure M money. And we voted to allocate it to the cities instead of to a regional project. I think that's like $4 or $5 million that time for Burbank. And that's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor?
On the 26th of January, I met with the John Burroughs High School chapter of March for Our Lives, which is the anti-gun violence nonprofit. And it's a lot of kids that are, interested in what's going on here at the city. I attended a meeting with our airport commissioners with the mayor. Great to get an update directly from them. We were all at the council goal setting meeting. That went over well. I still have all of my 5 goals I put here on the wall, so I remember. I attended the Affordable Housing Subcommittee Zoom with Councilmember Springer. There's an interesting bill coming from the state called a Regional Housing Trust, and whether or not Burbank should join Glendale and Pasadena in this issue. A lot of factors involved in that, but definitely an interesting discussion. The Domestic Violence Task Force, that meeting, I guess I'm not surprised anymore, but I'm just enamored by the number of nonprofits who are so very involved with this issue here in Burbank. It is heartening to see all those folks show up every single time. It's great. And then this morning I had a very long meeting with members of our planning department about the single family home designs, and that went longer than I thought, and I could have kept going. That was a big packet. So yeah, that's my whole week. Oh, and last weekend, my fiance bought me a skateboard, and I officially first time skated to City Hall today, and I did not fall once.
Wow, you're awesome, man. You are awesome. I hope you got all the safety gear on.
I got it, but I'm learning in a way that you don't need all of it. There's like a method.
Oh, famous last words. You don't need all of it. Anyway, okay. Anything else, Vice Mayor? Okay. Just a few items that I want to share with everybody. I attended the Senior Citizen Board meeting as well last week. I also attended the Cal City's 2022 New Mayors and Council Members Academy. I had a Zoom meeting with Monterey High School ASB, Associated Student Body members. I'm making that one of my things to do this year is to meet with the ASBs of the high schools. It's taking me back to the years where I was in ASB. But anyway, it's very enjoyable. They shared a lot of good information. The principal and the vice principal were in attendance as well. Looking forward to the other high schools as well. Had a Zoom meeting with the Burbank Airport Commissioners, with the Vice Mayor, Justin, Judy, and Mr. Miller, who wasn't there. I don't think Mr. Miller was there. Oh, sorry. Also had a Zoom meeting with North County Cities meeting. We attended the council goal setting, like it was mentioned by everybody. I attended the San Fernando Valley Service Council meeting. We had a special LoSAN board meeting just to do the 30-day extension for the virtual meetings. I was also at the SCAG Joint Policy Committee meeting. Let's see, and it was mentioned by Councilmember Schultz that we met with the governor's regional office reps, and it happens that one of the reps lives in North Hollywood. So she comes into Burbank all the time. She says, I love Burbank. And we said, yes, keep coming in, spend your money in Burbank. So we have a contact there from the governor's office nearby, and that's what she wanted to do. The governor's assigning reps throughout the state, more or less to get boots on the ground, to touch bases with councils. And so I want to keep that relationship going. It's good networking. It would be a good conduit to the governor. And like it was said by the two reps, the governor loves coming to Burbank because of the airport. I mean, it's so nice and convenient. What else? And today I had a phone call with Jamie Kieser and Leslie from the chamber. We talked about, we're doing myself and the police chief are doing what they call the What's Brewing conversation Thursday morning. Have a cup of coffee with the mayor and the police chief. Other than that, that's all. Oh, there's one more thing. I have to mention this. I want to give a shout out to John Muir Middle School. They participated in the National Online Scholastic Chess Championships. Did you get that? There was an 8th grader, Hayek Sardarian, placed 16th out of 251 players in the K through 8 championships. The 7th and 8th grade team placed 3rd in the K through 8 championship, and the 6th grade team placed 15th out of 43 teams. I just found it was awesome. Like I mentioned before, we were teaching my 5-year-old grandson. We started teaching checkers at 3.5, and by the time he got 4, we were playing chess with him. And he's beating us. He's great. But anyway, I just want to share that. That's a great accomplishment for the middle school kids and the school itself. So I just want to, Yes, go
Mayor
ahead.
Talamantes?
Yes.
I just want to note that at the meeting with the Los Angeles County Commission on Local Government, Simone McFarland was there, and she did an awesome job also, and brought up the importance of direct allocation of some of that Measure M money to Burbank, for instance. Thank you.
That, obviously, I had a great run at the LA Commission. I had like 5 or 6 years there, and before you took over as well. So, thank you for that. So now is the time for introduction of additional agenda items. Do members of the council have any items to introduce? Yes, Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two brief items. First, I would like to request a first step report on how the city of Burbank can become a Vision Zero city and develop a Vision Zero plan, which for those of you who don't know is a strategy to eliminate pedestrian and traffic and bicyclist fatalities. So that would be number one. Number two, I'd like a first step, an informational report really on enhanced tenant protections, specifically a comparison of the eviction protections afforded under Assembly Bill 1482. And I'd like a look at two communities nearby in particular. I'd like an assessment of the tenant protections ordinance in Culver City. If you need it, the ordinance number is 2020-015. As well as the ordinance number 5922 in our neighbor to the east, Glendale.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, moving right along. We're at adjournment. We now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, February 15th at 6 p.m. for a regular meeting. The public may view the meeting online or on television and will be able to provide public comment in the following 3 ways. By leaving an e-comment on the city webpage, which is burbankca.gov/e-comments. Number 2 is by emailing the city council directly at citycouncil@burbankca.gov. And number 3, by calling in directly to the council meeting at 818-238-3335. Thank you, everybody. We're adjourned. Stay safe.